live. Bapa. Here we are, friends. It should be working. We're not going to make the same error and mistake we made last time, so we're going to check. Here we are at the Chinaman's beach. I'm not going to do the I'm not going to do an accent. Don't worry. And aren't the jacaranda trees beautiful? These quintessential Australian trees dropping their flowers now, and well, I guess it's the end of spring. They bloom. First, at least where I am, it's the Japanese cherry blossom. Oh, the cherry blossom. That's a bit more Japanese. Sort of appropriate to where we are. Isn't this nice here though, right? We're in the city here in Mossman, and we're going to go around. We're going to go to the beach and we're going to do a coastal walk while we talk about the practice, or all the different things we do that help as well with poverty, obedience, chastity, but purification, illumination, union. But for the moment here, I'm going to quickly check everyone that YouTube's working. Because last time we did 15 minutes or like half an hour of content, and it was, yeah, wasted. And I had to repeat myself, so it wasn't enlivened with impulse as it should have been. Anyway, here we go. Great to see you all. Well, I don't see you, you see me, but I will see you in the chat. And of course, you can always DM me at any time, so I will see you. You are seen. As I say, if you need help with what we talk about, my DMs are open. DM me anytime. Seems to be working. Nice landscape, says Harry Ludwig. Wish I could trek there. The clock is totally useless and deceptive. That it ticks up, you mean? Well, yeah, it ticks up to 4. Oh, yeah, okay, well, I'll fix that. I'll fix that. Well, it's working, that's the main thing. Well, hang on, let me make sure it's working. Yeah, cool, I'm here. I'm here. Great. All right. Now we'll just get the old map up. Yeah, I'll fix the clock, all right? I don't know how to generate a clock that ticks down. I'll just make it a longer clock, because it's usually about 12 minutes until we come on air. Sorry about the deceptive clock. It's not meant to be deceptive on purpose. Here we are, in the parkland just before Chinaman's Beach. We're going to walk down on this coastal walk. To the beach itself, and walk up. Many open parklands in Australia exist. I mean, it's a very wide expanse of a country, but as we know now, very expensive as well. How silly. And you should have seen the prices that used to be in Tasmania, which is the southern island off Australia's coast towards Antarctica. Used to be nothing. And now, because Airbnbs are everywhere, well, the prices are just rubbish everywhere, aren't they? And to make matters worse, I suppose, for those people, they don't have economic opportunity either. And so, what we're going to do is walk for about an hour and a half or an hour around the coast until we get to our seated position. We'll read our Steiner book, talking about guidelines or thought guides or guiding thoughts. Because what do we really want here? What is all this about? And we're talking about practice today. Too many people are involved in this warfare, propositional warfare. Not. Even if you're fighting for a certain trad position or a Christian trad position, it's still, you still get tied up in Willsmacht, the will to power, of which you would have to continuously purify yourself every morning by doing, if you're at some sort of war, there's a reason why they gave the Crusaders contemplative practices, so they could do their hour, holy hour, purify, be purified, concentration without effort in prayer, and we'll talk about these practices today. They could do that, be cleansed of the will to power and the different demons you get possessed by when you go into conflict like that. But people aren't doing that, though. They don't know how to do the concentration practice. They don't know how. Let's change the side of this umbrella. Or they don't know how. But that's 100% necessary. And so you'll find people get wrapped up in, and they end up doing their own understanding of what divine will might be, rather than what it actually is for them and the truth. I can't stress enough, as unseen warfare states. This is a staple of spiritual warfare, staple of both Eastern and Western orthodoxy. Concentration, he says, is the most overlooked yet crucial practice, paraphrasing him, along those lines. Here we are at Chinaman's beach. And so he even says so many priests overlook it, ignore it, and think that it actually, and here's me joining him, it is the way, with all the other stuff at the same time of the traditional, of the Christian life, at the same time, it's the way to the depths. It's the way to essence. How else do you go towards the essence of things? Because where are we going? We're being drawn, for one. Drawn up. We only do our side of it. Drawn up by grace. Drawn up. Granted wings, let's say, like as currents of the will. But where's that happening? It's going to the depths. In the depths. And as we do the practice, your eyes close. Images dissolve. Because the images of the unconscious have evaluative power, as we so often talk about. And they need to be dissolved. That's what the concentration helps with. Collaboratively, though, your feet are being washed by the Lord. You're withdrawing from the worldly. And therein your will is being withdrawn from the world in purification. Because you're putting this time aside to find and move towards Him. Where is He? What's Jung talking about? He only gets really to he's not doing it in the traditional way. But he is, in a sense, doing concentration without effort. The point is, though, it's there to be found through that. In prayer, though. In prayer. Because the unconscious is both a malevolent and a benevolent force. It's not even a force. It's just unconscious to you. You don't know what it is, but malevolence and benevolence can come from there. Because there's the false Holy Spirit and there's the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit comes from emanation. The false Holy Spirit, lower levels. Right? Vital unconscious, psychological unconscious, closer to you than is emanation, than is the uncreated energies, let's say. And so you have to, well, on that side and on your side, you need to put your work and effort in, putting the time in. But that's the thing, isn't it? So too many people jump into the war and they haven't even really truly worked out how to discern. And there's a pretty distinct way to do that. It's not just this thing called discernment that, well, to a degree, over a long time, through concentration without effort in prayer and the grace of the Lord, it is something in general that is an immediate thing. That's true. But the way there is through confirming, through a conscious intuition, or wherein you do the concentration without effort, you're drawn to the depths until you can feel spiritual touch, as we talk about in the phenomenology of of how to verify spiritual experience is true and not the false Holy Spirit. And then we discern, as the saints talk about in the Philokalia, peace and joy, serene joy in answer to our questions. And more that becomes, well, faith. The Lord grants you over time through the core practice of what we talk about, being concentration without effort in prayer, which we'll go through today. We're going to go through a bunch of practices as we can recall them today. And you're purified. And eventually, over a long time of what you're doing, wow, other things happen. There's something that deepens and deepens and deepens. Deepens and deepens and deepens. He speaks to you in words. Of course, that's a later thing. It takes a long time. In his time, though, it's not like you're consulting a 8-ball, you know? It has to be, and I talk about this in the lectures on it. And we're going to go over, by the way, to this other coastline. We're going to walk around the whole bridge. But for now, we're going to walk up these steps. Very slow, careful steps. That is a good segue there, or a good stimulus for understanding this approach. Very small, careful steps. With courage. This way, because vice is disgusting and virtue is boring, right? Not with the Lord, it's not. The Lord takes you the middle way of giving you great life. Great life. Full of life and sprouting. Clean, purified, good, joy. Deeper than joy. Deeper than bliss. Beatitude. All you get on the other road is a quantity, like dosing on a drug. You're just getting a quantity, not a quality. A quantity of more dopamine. No, the depth of sorrow and the depth of joy, to where they become something else in an endlessly deepened, complex relationship. And being as Christ, what is faith? Christ grants his being. It's not some postulative faith. It's not. It's granted. Because where are we? It's like Paul talks about, St. Paul. We're justified by Christ's being sent in us. You know, say you're looking at Aristotle. This is quite nice, isn't it? Little chair. I can imagine coming down here for a little lunch or a picnic. That's nice. Look at these people, they've got their nice boat. Can you see that? Here we go. Enjoying themselves. That's the Australian ideal. But St. Paul, when Aristotle's doing his metaphysics, what is he doing? He is looking at the customary being that everyone has access to, isn't he? What is the customary being? The customary being is the generalized word, lower word, not our Lord's word. We're talking about paganism, remember? But this customary being is long after the impulses of Greek religion, when the emergence of being, it's long after that. Aristotle, it's all dead. It's the, as Heidegger says, it's the end of the beginning. And the beginning is well before even Heidegger thinks it is, when he's trying to look at the documents of Heraclitus. The beginning is after the fall, is the first beginning. After the fall is the first beginning. How's that look? Looks pretty good, right? Not me, just the view, friends. not vanity of me. How do I look? Okay. Classy. And so Aristotle looks out, okay, we share this collective being of what a house is. House. What tools do. Here, fence, stops me from falling. I use chair, umbrella. It opens. We all know that it opens and protects from the rain. That knowing, that tool being as well, and the knowing, well, it's shared between us. It's a mutual intelligibility that emerges, and we're almost the extension of that mutual intelligibility. And so when Aristotle does his metaphysics, he is examining this loose understanding that everyone shares, but that's already old. It's already it's what Heidegger calls everydayness. There's no clear knowing of the thing that is to be, well, he invents this. Aristotle invents this definition, which he calls true philosophy. And then definition. What's he doing? What are you doing, Aristotle? What's he doing? There's something that's held out into the open that perhaps reveals itself here, or it's more, we all sort of basically know what it is actually. It's not something, that's earlier, when something clears itself, when something reveals itself from out of the background context of just remember, their being is different from ours. Everything has changed over time. You could say it in a Steiner way by saying consciousness has developed, changed. But I'm trying to make a distinction here between what Paul talks about and what this Aristotelian solidification, which you could, in a sense, call a crystallization, which then means you can then call, it's satanic in that sense, right? It's a dying of an original spiritual impulse, of an original loving of Sophia, who was wisdom, a real being. But originally, all the way back to the fall, what was spirit, right? These impulses develops into wisdom, and it's still a spiritual then, which is a being they're interacting with, right? There's no subject-object yet. There's no separation of intellect. And this long process is, it begins, there's no other way to describe it. It's a Lucifer gnosis. It's a Luciferic spiritual being after the fall, right? They are spiritual impulses, but because of sin, because we cut ourselves off, that's what we're left with. What does it say? There's this saying, I think the Gnostics had some saying of Christ is the true Lucifer. Flip that around though, ignore who they were for a second and say, well, who's Lucifer? The false Christ. If you just turn that around. What does that mean? Well, he's the false word, right? It's what we're being provided with instead of Christ when we're talking about a long time ago, the first beginning, in terms of this temporal physicality that we find ourselves in. The fall, it's real, man. You have to get yourself out of that. It's very difficult to get yourself out of that materialistic cosmology. You have to, slowly it becomes apparent of how it fits in with where we are now, where we actually came from, how that fits in with what we observe in nature, and where. And in a sense, I'm going to try actually describe that eventually. Because people, it's difficult. You say, well, how do I accept that we came from this? It's not just a metaphor. It's true that we fell. It's not just symbolic. I mean, it's archetypal in the sense of typological, though, not historical. It's not some historical archetype. It's something that still sends. The 7 days of creation still persist. For instance, these are difficult things. These are very difficult things to unpack. But again, we're going a bit far. Back to Aristotle. So he's seeing these different things. And what is his metaphysics? What's he doing? He's examining this. That's why we were describing the spiritual. Luciferic impulse is spiritual to begin with. Where we are with the intellect now, it's a crystallized, dead separateness from world. Back then further, it was spirit, there was no separateness. But mind is spirit. The knowing that you are, the knowing of being that you are, it's a dead spirit, a dead separateness, right? The process began where it wasn't separate, that it was living, and it was Lucifer, a Luciferic impulse, Luciferic logos, Luciferic word. In a sense, you could say it's the Heraclitean logos. Heraclitus was a Greek philosopher before Aristotle. War is the father of all. War is the word of all, right? In a sense, you could think about it like that. That is characteristic of a Greek early knowing. But, you know, there are different theories of what it is. There's some Greek philosophers that are saying water is the essence of things. But these are digressions we're not going to go into right now. I'm just giving you a sense of how it changes. How it changes. And so, when we're justifying things in the modern world, we use empiricism, where we deduce from a generalized rule, a generalized experiment, and that's how we say what's true. But we justify with the same sort of logic that Aristotle uses, but from what we call empirical facts. So Aristotle doesn't exactly have the experimental method yet. That's interesting. It used to be a lighthouse, it must have. Rocheville Lighthouse. It's pretty interesting. And the sun coming out over there. So empiricists, they don't just look at the customary being that we are, do they? They have an empirical experiment. They have an empirical experiment that is falsifiable, that is generalizable, and can be repeated by other people, repeatable. And that's how they determine truth, which is it induction, or they're inferring from the generalized principle or rule that works for everything. And then what they do is you theorize and you deduce from the facts that you disclose through experiment, right? So what's Aristotle doing though? He doesn't have that. But where everyone gets their logic from is him. But what's he doing? He's got the same customary being that you and I are all familiar with, that everyone has access to, right? And so what he does is, he looks at it, he stares at it, he pushes, grasps at it. He doesn't pray or anything. He does something that's been granted to humans at that time. He grasps until he grasps and looks at the thing, at the customary thing that sticks out, until he gets if you grasp long enough in that mode, it's difficult to do now because everything is cleared and so rigid already, but where he was, grasping, not praying, not relying on anything but himself, self-reliant grasping, and then receives a episteme, a intuition, not the ones that we talk about, but a general sort of knowledge, intuition. But what he begins to do is that he starts to see boundaries and does what's called definition. Things stick out to him that makes it more clear what an object is, what a thing is, the things that are around us, how things operate, what are the causes for things, right? Then what's that doing? He's circumscribing with definition the phenomena, whatever the phenomena might be, and then defines, and then that actually participates in how the thing then shows itself, the principle or the way shows itself then. And he calls that philosophy, of this rigidification. He says everyone else is operating in, they're operating in this customary being. They're just doing a kind of dialogue. We're doing philosophy, and that's not what philosophy actually is, traditionally. It's more what Plato was doing, it's more before that. It's the, from mysticism upwards, rather than this dead version, this analytic philosophy. Oh wow, that's beautiful, isn't it? The sun coming out for us in the blue crystalline waters. Australia, friends, Australia. There it is for you. It's what people love so much. This is the ideal. And you can see in all the houses too. That's the Antipodean style, really. That's sort of lots of glass, not flat walls, airy, pretty utilitarian, but designed with glass, sort of open for views and that sort of thing. There's no real bit. You couldn't really say there's much of a being in the design. Some more wealthy, some people have a bit of style, but mostly not. It's mostly designed to get as much of this kind of water view as possible. Yeah, you can understand that looking at it, can't you? And so what's Aristotle doing? He's doing that, looking around into the things, circumscribing, defining, causes, necessary and sufficient conditions. Clear he gets this from, originally, it is, through that careful grasping, it's a kind of intuition, which you just don't have access to in the day we're in. It's all rigidified. There's no something that would need to be practiced, but it's still a self-sufficiency though. It's not from a divine relationship. It's not, well, you could say maybe there's some relationship with Sophia in that, but that's very complicated. But the point is, so where's he moving from there? He defines, then he's moving upward to the next thing. And what is that? And then that causes this, then that causes this. And so he's looking for justification, right? His justification comes from somewhere that is surface for everyone. So when he is defining things, he shows them to you in counsel. He shows them to you. You have that original customary being freely available with no effort. Same with and Kantianism, later philosophies, a lot of them are just more and more complex versions of this. And this is how being slowly dies, right? It does make us more powerful, that's true. But the truth and the true essence of things, you get further and further removed from. And so the justification comes from this careful moving up from the customary being, which isn't even the ground of things already. It's this generalized knowing of logos, this already deteriorated being where Aristotle is. Plato is closer to that original, through memory of that original divine, but it's always only ever been a memory, which I'll explain in the next lecture we've got coming up. What the pagan is connected to. What perennialism actually maps. Anyway, we're not going to go into that today, but we are going to expand a little more, this Aristotle. And so, we've sort of shown what empiricism is doing now from experiment So even for, it's not going the way of Aristotle through a deduction, through a justification of a thing we all have access to, right? Now you look to St. Paul from Aristotle, and you're seeing, or even Aquinas, right? He's saying that, firstly he's saying it's not justified by the first covenant for one thing. The justification comes from, it's not taking it from this general customary being that we are, that everyone has access to. It's taking it from Christ himself, the essence of being, who comes and incarnates, and then later joins Paul as the risen Christ that we are all supposed to directly access through this process that we're talking about today, purification, illumination, union. Paul is what is he? He's in theosis, right? He's granted Christ living in him. This isn't a metaphor or a symbol. It's an experience that is possible for everyone. And again, the biggest thing that's forgotten is this concentration without effort in prayer, leading to prayer of the heart, which gives us Christ living in our heart as it lived in Paul's, and in our very respiratory system, in our being. But that's where his justification comes from. He still uses the deducing, but he's not grasping. He also would be asking. Christ would simply reveal things to him. You can also ask, but from that you can deduce. But everyone doesn't have access to this customary. It's not a customary being, is it? It's something else than a customary being. It's this essential being. We're stuck on the surface customary being normally, right? When we're born in modernity. Paul has been granted the essence of things. The apostles are granted the essence of things. The essence of things came to save us. And so what's theology doing? That's what mysticism is. It's going to him who is the essence of things. And your justification comes from there. From there you can actually make some deductions, also asking further questions about things. Through prayer though, instead of looking for some grasped intuition, self-sufficiency, it becomes Christ's sufficiency. Asking, praying for help to know. And so I think you should be getting a sense of what I'm saying here, what this is all about. We're trying to get out of this modern customary being. Too many people are still in it, even though they're Christian, right? It's like we got to get towards he who is the essence of things. The risen Christ is the essence of things. And you can see how it gets mixed up, is that the pagan element, that luciferic. I mean, this is very loose language, fake logos, right? It still works, still has power. It's this separateness, right? It's this alternate granting that came from the knowledge of good and evil. It's this alternate way of knowing that we begin to rely on, our calculation. It still begins as this spiritual impulse, this luciferic being. It becomes later a satanic being. It's a dead, crystallized being. And so, yeah, getting back into this mode, now when you look at theology, what it's supposed to do, what all the wisdom of the church is supposed to do, and what orthodoxy is just so good with, is not getting lost in a kind of crystallized thing that's been justified from the thing we've been talking about. It's justified from the risen Christ. It's something you can deduce from, even through asking questions. And then when you learn, or when the great people such as Paul, the apostles, the things that are granted and taught, and then the things that you deduce from, they all have this consistency, right? Of course, because it's from the Lord, who is order, true order, but outside, eternal order that we can never fully understand. And so what we're looking for is the risen Christ. He's risen, but it's about disclosing him, because we still have the leftovers of Greek metaphysics, this customary being. It's in our schools, it's in our customary being. The original, all the impulses of paganism, it's all there, right? We're constantly being pulled by a death drive, a death pull. And who's the person that fixes that? It's Christ. The incarnation comes to save us from death. If he didn't come, it would have just... like what is AI acceleration? AI acceleration is actually a descent. It's a dying of the true spirit. But luckily, Kali Yuga is over. It's only still there for people who don't have a relationship with Christ, right? It's there for the people that are living in that pagan, customary being. And so that's dying and pushing the production of this other thing based on a will to power that takes over getting rid of the faculties in human beings that make it possible to have this reunion with the resurrected spirit that has been resurrected. It's just at the essence of things. That deeper level was still connected with a mixed dirty water, you could call it. Waters below the firmament, right? The person from above the firmament came to even clean these unconscious layers, if you could call it, of all of facticity. It's not just a thing that's, oh, it's our subjective unconscious. No, it's the world has a deeper level. But that whole world had a deeper level that had to also be clean and purified by Christ incarnating because of our error long ago, because of the fall. It all makes sense. The more you learn. And you know what? The cool thing is, the deeper you go, you're not on your own. You are not on your own in working this out. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about he helps you work these things out, grants you. If you get on your knees, if you recognize that I know nothing, Lord, even with all the theology I've learned, if you're trying to go to the depths of things, you've got to say, it doesn't matter if you learn your theology, I know nothing, Lord. It's just straw. Remember Aquinas said this. It's straw, because he'd gotten to the depth, the gnosis. He's gotten to the, Christ knowing though. That's what I mean by that word. Not the other gnosis, which is, of course, the Luciferic gnosis that we've been talking about. Christ knowing as the way of the pilgrim talks about, what else is he talking about? If knowledge of things is granted to you, a true understanding of the depth of the gospel, it comes from, oh wow, how beautiful is this, everyone? It comes from asking in prayer, and the depth of true intuition comes from him. This is nice. Very nice. Wow. What a lovely day for it, hey? It was totally cloudy before. So I'll just check the old chats while you enjoy the view. Oh, there's too many chats here to read, Harry. I'm not a fan of Alan Watts. It is nice, isn't it, Harry? Very nice. Yes, it is. Oh, that's what you're doing. That's Borat. Oh, thanks, Harry. Thanks for your donation. Feel free to join the old fellowship. But, what were we saying? Yeah, there is a rigidification in that, hence why him calling it straw, right? But the point is, all of this, what orthodoxy understands so well, is to not allow it to become that. It's all to be it's a practical, and even the practice is too technical. It's a way. It's a way. He's the way. And he, like I said, you can pray to understand things. But at the same time, I'm just not sure I can walk across this part. I might have to cross the road further down. Let me look. Pedestrians use underpass to cross road. Okay. I hear you. I'm listening, sign. Yes, the essence of things. You can't let, firstly, you can't let Wilsemacht and the battle distract you from the true goal. There was an Orthodox monk who said this, and I think he's quite right, is in a sense, look, there are people that need to go and do that battle, but how many of them are carefully, like the Crusaders were told to, contemplating, doing these deep concentration without effort in prayer practices to purify themselves of will to power in the morning? I don't know, man. It's not enough just to go to church. To be involved with battle, man, I am constantly every morning facing temptations around that. Of course, and we reject them and we flee up the tree towards the Lord from those things. At Wilsemacht. And so again, there can be sanction for that sort of thing from having these depth faculties, let's say, or the relationship with the Lord, being able to ask and discern. He can grant sanction, but you're not supposed to do it on your arbitrary decision, because that is likely based on your revenge motive, combative courage, not moral courage. Moral courage is when it doesn't benefit you. Moral courage is when it's not a revenge thing. And so yeah, there's a big minefield with all this stuff, real big minefield. But the key is become more essential, less existential, become more essential through purification, illumination, union, through withdrawal. At the same time, we have to make sure that we take, oh wow, this is nice too, right? That we take, look at these properties here. And in the light, they come up with the green. Look at this one. Oh, look, it looks like you can access that beach. I wonder if I'm not going to go there today, but it looks public. Looks public. And so, what was I saying? I want to lift that over the side. Essence of things. We want very clearly to be careful. Yes, of course, do our reading, our careful reading, understanding the catechism, understanding your theology. But at the same time, make sure it's an icon. That's what it's supposed to be. It's not to have this propositional system. It can become something of a preparation. Then if you take it as preparation for this essential mystic experience at the ground of being, theosis, then it's an icon. If you allow it to replace this experience, if you're doing your prayers and you're allowing the mind to come in and deducing, oh, that's this, that's what was said, and just like the mind will come in saying, it's just psychological. It's the same issue. Part of the temptation, right? The mapping while you're doing. Well, this bridge is quite shaky. It's an old bridge. It actually opens, I think. I'll let you guys look at the front. Probably a bit nicer than just looking at me. Here's that beach we were looking at earlier. Nice. Bit of chintzy, Romanesque or whatever period, Baroque building there. Probably built in the 80s, 70s. This one's quite nice, a little bit of land there. A bit of a barn style. That's a modern thing. But yes, making sure it's an icon, not replacing as if you've mastered him. Right? This is where that Dionysus, St. Dionysus comes in, that apophatic theology, that you can't truly know these things. that the proposition is human. It's deducing from, it's justifying, it helps, it's an icon, it protects us. It's also both protects and prepares. But it shouldn't lock in. It shouldn't be taken as a container of divinity. It's not a container. The theology is not a container, it's an icon. Or it needs to be. A protection, an icon, a preparation. Not a container. Because what's a container? What's a container? Isn't that a serpent eating its own tail? That's a container. That's a container. Isn't that what we've been trying to get out of? Closed circles. This is what Lucifer does. You're giving me a weird look, biker boy. Don't you like talking about Christ? Bless him. Anyway. What are we saying? What are we ranting about? What are we ranting about? What are we ranting about? Yes, isn't that a container? Isn't that a closed circle? Frame matters. How you see things matters. This is what phenomenology helps teach us, right? It's what Heidegger. Now, he's not the solution, it never is. Just like a kind of, the scholastics are a kind of, a preparation. That's all it can ever be. That's all the proposition can ever be. Theology is a preparation, an icon. Beyond that has to be in the practice itself, in withdrawing itself. You can be this sort of dry soberness, sober intellect that the Germans were sort of full of that, in that German idealism period, Schiller, that sort of era. Goethe wasn't like that though, right? The living tradition carries that life. It doesn't become rigidified in, and I don't mean that you don't have a careful, to the side of it, you don't have a careful thought. It's that it remains living. It understands what it is, an icon, right? And understands that things always need to be returning to the remembrance, which is in the liturgy, and providence, which is in the living Christ. Getting down to have access to him, right? What does Paul say? I think he talks about the conscience, right? This is about the epistemic principle. Conscience being eventually is ascending from, with purification, is ascending from the Lord. Once you've been purified enough, once you've gone through this process for long enough. Something you can discern if you look at the lecture I've got on how to discern. I don't think I can actually walk any further here. How do I get across that road? There's got to be a way, right? Maybe I can go under the bridge. The universe is conspiring against me. No. We can go under the bridge. Under the boardwalk. Okay. So, yes, providence. Remembrance and providence. Right? Because the Holy Spirit's working, but we have to be able to discern it. You can only do it if you... It's like, what are we talking about here with the depth aspect of the church? What are we talking about? We're talking about bringing the monastery. We can do the practices of monastics in everyday life. If we can find this hour in the morning. We can find this hour in the morning. We can keep up our duties. If we pray to the Lord for the time. As I've talked about before, our friend Aeneas, that's just an online handle. I know his real name, well, I don't remember his real name, but he's told me his real name before. Just a friend in the fellowship. He does it on his commute, 40 minutes each way. Concentration without effort in prayer. And so, all these things are being done at the same time, but the key and core thing Of course, as we talk about, with concentration without effort in prayer, which is the whole thing everything's tied around. It includes, you can just start immediately, right? You could just concentrate on I'll tell you how to do it. You can go to the lecture I've got on the practices of Christian mysticism, but I will go through it anyway today because we're talking about it. But you've got to get yourself some icons. I've previously said Greek Orthodox icons, but it can be Russian, just Orthodox icons. There's a good reason for that. I talked about last stream. The way art shows you the mode of consciousness or mode of being of the people what they were in when the art was done. It's not just about the art, it's part of their way of seeing, of how being is for them. When you take Greek style, and they were a people of the body, a people of sense, right? How do we know that? Here's a quote from the Greeks. The Greeks used to say, better a servant here than a shade, than a king in the land of shades. They loved the body, the body. The spirit was actually tied up in the body for them. Here we are, there's where we came from. Here's where we came from, here's where we are. Okay? It's funny, that's the go-to accent for anything inauthentic is American. Here's where we came from, here's where we are. Tourism video, right? Go-to for anyone outside, at least any English colony, British colony. That's the go-to accent we use for inauthenticity and showmanship. Sorry, Americans, we love you. Okay, here we are. What were we saying? The Greeks. They are better a servant here than a king in the land of shades. That goes to tell you what their initiates, where they were going as well. The land of shades, right? Hell, where Christ goes and completely, what was that? No, Christ is God. Gods, all those things before, they never, Angeloi, all the hierarchies of angels, they don't die, right? He's God who, the Son of God, the only Son of God who died. He fundamentally went through everything that we go through. Incredible, incredible to contemplate. And so we were talking about this Greek being, right? So again, we're just making a point about the artwork, the way they did statues. They loved the body, the beauty of the body. The spirit was revealed in the things of the sense world to them. It was sort of connected. The ideas were in there, they disclosed themselves in there. They, of course, died little by little. But we see this a bit in Plotinus when he's saying that they come down from this general soul, right? And these are all authentic soul experience, they just aren't ultimately true. They're not ultimately the essence of things. But the point is, the statues speak to that sensory, right? They're not symbolic like Orthodox icons are. Now the statue, it's sort of, the pagans had a very big error, of course, of making a faulty distinction between something of soul and something that is it the statue itself. They had a big error in that. That would happen for them a lot. And so what you want to do is avoid their statues. And so there is an error in Catholics who watch this. There's no reason why there's a Byzantine aspect of your church. There's no reason why you shouldn't solely just have Byzantine style icons. Get rid of all the other more sensory style statues that you might have or icons. because they speak to a mode of being that is actually from a style that's pagan. Why is that a problem? It's sensory, right? It's not, there's something about the symbolic nature of the, you can tell, look at Pajot's channel, for instance, in the Orthodox icon. It is a non-idolatrous mediation toward, a being opening me toward when venerated. In the full knowing, from the depth practices, in the full knowing that you touch him, spiritual touch within, that it's not the icon itself, but it even helps with that in its symbolic nature. It's not as specific to the surface senses, is it? In the way it's drawn. It doesn't lock itself into itself. It helps open because of it's a window. Even you can get a sense of that just from its style, right? And they become windows. But yes, that's why we get them. That's going to be, for our morning practice, that is our key thing we're going to be attending. Our key thing we're going to be attending. And so, what is this concentration without effort in prayer? Well, look at this camera. It's moving forward. Your vision when you're walking, obviously you're going to be still when you're doing this, but your vision when you're walking forward, the center of it. We walk around the world and we're always attending the center, this point vision, this focused. We've got a world, the whole world, the customary being that we live in is kind of made of that point being. That middle, right? You only ever look at what's in the middle of your vision rather than the general context around it. You could even say a little bit that a kind of spurg being has generated out of that, where we don't see the context. But the point is, that's just a separate aside. That's just a separate aside that we can properly explore rather than just doing it arbitrarily. Should we go down to the rocks here? Nah. And so what you do, you've got your icons, Mary icon, Jesus icon, St. Michael icon. I have an icon of Father Seraphim Rose. He is a key, in my view, to ask him for protection, to pray to the Lord for you, for spiritual deception. All his books are written about that, so very key to start a proper relationship with these saints as well, right? Particular saints you might have a connection with. Seraphim Rose, for me, it was philosophy, coming through philosophy to discover the truth of he who is. Through philosophy, the truth of he who is. Also completely overcame, right? It speaks to what modernity is, kind of a lot of sodomy, right? And people that are self-gratifying, that's all sodomy, right? But he overcame that. People try to use it as people that, I'm no fan of that whole movement, sodomy movement. I don't want to say hate, but yes. Yeah, you can righteously do so, but people try to use that as a way of kind of pulling him down. What do you mean? Like, the people that are pulling him down are probably going home and self-gratifying themselves to internet things, which is sodomy. And so if he obviously overcame it, we know stories of him, he had faculties. The Lord showed him things. I do think one day he'll be declared a saint. I mean, should I say, I think he is an unclaimed saint. Unspoken one. I forgot what you call that. I think he's part of the Church Triumphant, but who am I to say? Who am I to say on that? But yeah, that, I suppose you could call that a first step. You don't have to do that straight away. But these are mediators, right? And so before you even begin your concentration practice, which is united with the Jesus prayer, but you might not be able to do that to begin with because it involves other places of putting your attention as well. But we'll get to that. And so, let me just put this here. Put this here. We'll keep walking. It's beautiful, isn't it? Lovely, peaceful. And there's not that many people out today because they probably thought it was raining. So it's just for us. And so look, we're walking through here. You're looking at the camera, wherever you are on the screen. Consider that all of your vision, right? When you're doing this practice, you're always doing it seated. That's a passive active state that you're after. As relaxed as you can be. Find a comfortable position on some, make sure there's a headrest. If you don't have a chair with a headrest, you can put like a, do it, you could, I used to lie in bed when I didn't have access to a chair. You could stack up pillows to try get the comfortable position. Take a little while, but you can figure it out. Everyone can buy a pillow, I think. I mean, later on, you're actually able just to do this standing, but to begin with, it really helps to, well look, the seated is the position, but you can additionally do it standing. When you're in church, yes. Do it standing. And so, comfortable. You will begin with, you always, don't fidget too much, right? There's a certain degree where you, okay, you found a comfortable position, fidget a little bit to that, and then you sort of, okay, now I'm, because you'll get the urge, right? Even the demons try to make you bring your attention to an area as if it's uncomfortable, and it really isn't. And the demons, by the way, we should comment on this. They'll do anything, they'll say anything to stop you from, to interrupt your practice, your morning prayers, your holy hour, your prayer rule. They'll do anything. And so you set a timer, and I have recommended in the past it being, you can start slowly, habituate it first over 2 weeks, then it's become a practice, right? Or over even a month, start with 15 minutes. You're gonna work your way up to an hour though. Now you set your alarm and you double check that it's going, this countdown, and then you know it's gonna go off, right? And you don't let anything stop you, because what's gonna happen in the concentration, which is part of the practice itself, as those in the fellowship recognize, is any thought that comes to you, any impulse, thought and impulse to do something else, whatever it might be, they'll try any excuse. Scott's an idiot. This is a waste of time. It's psychological. You know, any thought that comes up. Again, this is part of the practice. Rejecting those thoughts is part of the practice. Any thought that comes up, you think a gentle no and move back to what you are supposed to be attending, continuing. You only stop when the alarm goes off. But what do you actually do? Okay, I'm just going to turn the camera. Well, look, you can just look at the screen. Your vision, all your vision, this is what concentration, center of vision, right? You have bring your attention there. But without effort, you're not pushing. It's just a doing. You're just doing, right? At the same time, also, or gently balance, bring your attention to the all of your whole vision. What you're doing can be described as serious play. It's like a tightrope walker balancing. These are symbols and metaphors because there is a degree to which you kind of work out how to do this yourself with your angel and with the Lord. At the same time that you do that, this is what helps with the without effort part. because we're Westerners, we are, that's quite nice there, we are predisposed. I'm not talking about the East, I'm talking about Russia East. Eastern Europeans are less disclosed to this. Western Europeans are very, just get on with it. Let's just get to the end. Let's get to the end. Let's get to my end. Let's get to my will. My will. Vielzermacht. My goal. How about the Lord's goal for you? That's what we're getting used to, right? Out of the technical mode into the mode of way. Into the mode of, this is where it's fundamentally Christian and resurrecting. Collaboration, it's God, it's Christ in me. Nothing else is like this. Nothing else is like this. All the others are characterized by that of technique. Anyway, back to the matter at hand. At the same time as one is doing that balancing, that attending both at the same time, gently, always just gently doing. You know, it's not ever straining, not ever pushing, just doing. Don't try, just do. Allow. Notice this isn't another, the word allow isn't a separate action. It's allow, kind of a slight loosening, like loosening your grip. Allow. It's like you call it, allow a little bit of relaxing, a sleepiness, tiny bit. You're not going to sleep, you're not doing anything like that, you're just releasing it as if you're releasing. You're allowing that into the two other things that you're doing. Remember, it's not, remember the word, words matter. Allow, not, because I remember when I was trying to work it out, I would try do it, but it's something you allow. And this is, again, this is getting into this mode, and you're slowly being taught by the Lord, by his angeloi, the guardian angel. Wow, look at that lizard. How to be passive and active at the same time. Fundamentally Christian. Grace, right? Effort and grace. This is called a blue-tongued lizard, I think, or is it a different type? Effort and grace. Wow, you get a nice close look at him there. There he is. Effort and grace. How interesting. Onward we go. Away from the serpent. No, they're pretty friendly lizards. It's the brown snakes you got to worry about. And so, that balancing, that attending, is the core of the whole thing. You're always, in a sense, doing that. Later it develops, and I'm going to do a lecture on how it develops. It gets a bit more and more, but as you do it, pray for help and understanding how to do it. Pray, ask your guardian angel. Pray to the Lord for help with this. Because a kind of miraculous know-how develops. This is something that's collaborative and also working it out. There's another one, a lizard friend. Collaborative and working it out. And he goes. Whoa, what's that? Okay, good, I thought it was a spider. You coward! You coward! You're nothing like me, Sir Ian McKinnon. Gimli. Gilly. Anyway. So, I digress. Another one running along here. Serpentine, what's going on? Look at him go. Once a jolly swagman, captained by his billabong. There we go. See you later. Okay, back we are. My apologies. I sung that because it's fun. It's fundamentally Australian. I think it was a frill neck lizard, that's called. Okay, back on. Concentration without effort. Now look, you got to do this for a long time. Understand that the Lord, no practice is ever wasted. You have to be patient. Don't try achieve, as the saints say, don't try to, bring about spiritual experience. You're after He who is truth, the truth at the heart. And eventually you will learn how to do the prayer of the heart too. That's way down the line though. Way down the line. As the way of the pilgrim talks about. How wonderful it is to have the Lord in your heart, I tell you. It's possible, friends, to do the monastic practices in our regular life. Look, the internet has penetrated the monasteries too. But what's the answer? Of course, the monastics, they're doing that. They're being careful with the internet. But also it's to bring the monastery into our lives, and we can. And so, wow, it's nice out here, isn't it? It's a very fine day with you fine people watching. And so, what are we saying? Concentration without effort. Yeah. You just make it a part of your life. It's going to be a part of your life for the rest of your life, this holy hour, this morning prayer, but including the concentration with it, because it's fundamental and key into being able to ask questions and to discern to the depth life. This is the absolute key way that goes with everything else though. It goes with the whole rest of the Christian life, but it's key. And the thing is, you're already praying anyway. Why wouldn't you do this at the same time? Concentration. And you're supposed to pray at the same time, right? You might not be able to do that straight away though. So I split it into two. Another one. Is this an omen? Okay, possibly. I don't know. I guess they're out in the heat. That's nice over here too. Keep our eye out for dangerous snakes. It's nice out there. Yeah, we're doing this. Obviously I start with the Lord's Prayer, then I move to the, as St. Seraphim of Sarov says, Mother Mary, Mother of God, save us, save us. It has the rhythm of the Jesus Prayer, which is why I like that. A Catholic could do the Hail Mary, right? And so you could do that before you start your concentrations if you're not used to. You should be able to pray at the same time. So either do the Jesus Prayer while you're doing this, starting with the Lord's Prayer, doing a prayer to Mary while you're doing the concentration balancing. You might not be able to do that at the same time to begin with. You will eventually though. Now, like I said, fundamentally, little by little, no practice is ever wasted. The Lord is transforming you. Your feet are being washed, and you'll see, believe me. Now, for those who can do this immediately, fine, but you might not be, and again, the full practice has the Jesus Prayer with it. Now, what we're doing, while we're doing that concentration we just talked of the point and center, we are adding the Jesus Prayer. Now, you might not be able to do it straight away, so you can go on a walk like this, and this is how you get used to doing the other thing at the same time. What you're getting used to doing, and I've talked about this on many streams, is just lightly have your attention on your breathing, your diaphragm, which is the muscle that controls your breathing. You might not be able to feel exactly where that is, but whatever you can feel around that area, like the movement, and it automatically breathes, doesn't it? You don't need to control it. You might have trouble leaving your attention there to begin with. You think you're controlling it or not, but you just get used to leaving it there while you're praying. And you just let it, you're not controlling its breathing or the speed. That's the point, right? That you're not passive active, remember? You're just slightly attending, and you're getting used to being able to just have your attention there, right? Concentrated there, but not straining, just lightly having your attention there. Oh, I can smell someone's got a sausage sizzle going on. That's what we call it here, barbecue, sausages. It's one of my favorite things actually, just the shitty regular sausage you get from I don't know what Americans, I don't think they have this type of sausage, breakfast sausages they're called. I don't have them anymore. I used to love them though. I fast during the day, right? So I only eat a meal at night, a big meal at night, unless it's a fast day. Okay, sorry, I keep interrupting here, it's quite important. So we're just walking along. We're doing our concentration without effort practice in the morning if we're not able to do this at the same time yet. We're getting used to doing this separately. This is nice, isn't it? Getting used to doing this separately. We're walking along, and the speed of the Jesus prayer is determined by the speed of our automatic breathing, while our attention is gently there, down there, where that breathing is. Diaphragm, or the skin area if you can't feel deep down there. If you want to try find where the diaphragm is, you could go, okay, feel where the surface skin is, and then your back, and try to see if there's anything a bit deeper, where the muscle is that controls your breathing. You'll know where it is if you're a bit sore from breathing a lot or running or something. Anyway, the point is, you're walking along just like this, and it's just, Lord Jesus Christ, oh no, God, have mercy upon me. But the speed of that praying is determined by the breath that you're not controlling at all. And this is so important that this is done also. It's in a sense you're getting used to reconnecting the ripped apart aspects of being when we were. I'm glad I put sunscreen on my, put my hat back there, but my arms at least I put sunscreen on. And so you're just allowing it, right? You're getting used to doing that. Now what you do, if you didn't already, is you add that to what you're doing in the morning. So right from the start, you're doing this balancing, this attending of the point and all. And you're looking at, if you don't have the icons yet, you don't have to do that, but you're just placing an icon and you just gently have your eyes, you don't move at all. You're just looking at the icon gently, and if you break away, your eyes might move away or whatever, gently bring it back. You blink. When you blink, you just continue your attending, where you're attending, right? You're adding the Jesus prayer to this. It's crucial to it, of course. And then you're also adding, to what you're attending, you're also adding the attending of that breath. Include it to the things you're attending. It should naturally just float into that attending of all. It should not be so hard to include it over time, right? And so even when you're not including that breath attending at the same time, you are at least praying the Jesus prayer through the whole thing, the whole 15 minutes. Fundamentally understanding, it's not you that brings this about. This is, we're getting this passive active effort and grace. Effort and grace. Get it into your head. It'll take time to accept. Temptations are going to say, oh, it's a waste of time. You know, all this thing to try to stop you. All you're doing is praying. You're supposed to pray. All you're doing is gently placing your attention somewhere, you know? What it does is it allows the unconscious, the essence of things, to come. And you're praying to him for his help, fundamentally. Allows the bird that just flew at me, allows the dove to fly in. Now what actually contributes to this is during the time that you're doing this in the morning, other birds fly at you that aren't doves. Others. Now, this is where what we said earlier is key, is that any thought that comes up, any impulse to stop, your gentle attending, you just gently think, no, and then go back. No, and then return to what you are used to attending. What reasonably soon, say within, I don't know, 3 months. I don't want to give certain time. It's about your moral development as well, guys. You have to do everything else we talk about. But this is the key thing. You might, it's about noticing the zone of silence. That's what Valentin Tomberg calls it. Spiritual touch, the uncreated energies, right? It's not seen, it's felt. Just like the heart is felt as well. So there's this has the immediacy of touch, let's say. Well, actually, let's not get to that first. The first thing you'll experience is, because your eyes are open, you're gently attending. You'll blink at times, continuing the attention there, keeping the eyes where they are, bringing them back gently, always gentle, gentle, gentle. Eventually, you'll notice that your eyes, well, they'll begin to close, right? Well, even just, it might feel like, oh, hang on, isn't this, they're sore or something. Just allow them, right? Allow them to close on their own. But as they close, just you continue your attending. Even when you blink, get used to continue your attending when distractions come. That's really the very start of things that will occur. Your eyes begin to close and you continue your attending. The center and the all, balancing that, and the prayers, everything continuing. As they close, your eyes might go a bit cross-eyed as they close or whatever. As they're closing, whatever. Just continue. Allow them to close. Remember, you're getting used to this passive active in prayer. What might help you once they do close, and some people just started the practice doing it with their eyes closed. You could do that as well. I preferred to do it with the open, with the icon. I think that's a good thing to do. But, I mean, in terms of the icon. But others in the fellowship, because they're on their commute, they just did it with their eyes closed. And you can do that. If you do that, or once they're closed, away, you might get lost where you are, or where you're putting your attention, right? You can use the feeling of your physical, this thing, the point of this top thing of the nose here. You can feel where that is, the bridge of the nose, that's called. You can use the feeling of that to kind of find the center of vision. It's just a little, it's like when you hang a tennis ball on a string. What's that called? A line. Eventually you don't need that line anymore, that architecture line. You know, they find a straight line by gravity, by attaching a ball to things. And that essentially lays with the beginning of what you... Anything you see, like any visual phenomena, again, imaginations, what's happening is those things are being sort of dissolved, those initial imaginations or whatnot. The length of time is important, so get up to that hour is really important. What did the Lord say? Can you not watch with me for an hour? Can you not watch with me for an hour? And remember, the apostles fell asleep. Through Christ, little by little, through what he transforms in us, we, little by little, don't fall asleep while we watch with him. Remember, the sort of beatific vision or whatnot is something that became possible only later. And so this is the kind of gateway. He's the gateway. But this is a way of bowing. What is this really? What is it really? It is bowing. You're bowing your intellect. You're entering poverty. Why? Because you think, you could easily say in this situation, and this is the mistake people make, and the East makes, or whatever, because there's only one religion, it's Christian, it's Christ, there's only one, is that you could say, oh, it's the gateway. This practice is the gateway to the Spirit. No. It's a way of bowing. You know, we've been talking about this grace effort, passive, active. It's both. You're dealing with the person who is Christ. And so that's why you're getting your head, it's all about you getting yourself out of this mode where you bring it about, because you don't. And then he allows it. Because he just wants you to turn to him in a way of your own free decision. First, in love. Yeah. That's key. And I think I've gone through it there. You can begin that right now. You can begin that every morning right now. Remember, you're getting into this mode where this is my morning prayer rule. It's just going to become part of my life. Seeking the truth of he who is. The truth, the truth, the truth. Pray for the truth. Shall we sit down here? It's 1:18. We started at, I guess we could. No, I think Alan Watts is a, no. See that book, Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future? Seraphim Rose, I think, talks about Alan Watts. He knew him. He, yeah, he trained under him, I think. Alan Watts ended up a drunk and a, you know, this is the East, right? This is the technique of the East. What we're talking about, concentration, it's in, it's in the book Unseen Warfare. He talks about concentration. All right, we're going to, I think, sit down and eat our book. Let me have a little drink first. Okay. All right, so let me just check the map. I want to see. We might walk a little bit further first on this. Yeah, there's a lighthouse. I think we can go a bit further. Go a bit further. All right. Wait, let me look at that again. Sorry, I know this is a bit boring, but yeah, we'll walk around. I reckon there's going to be more of a nice view that we can have before we sit down, which we like that, friends, don't we? Before we sit down to our reading. Let's drink. Maybe I'll drink. Okay. And isn't this, the camera should, if you want a nicer image of the camera, it is on Rumble, I think, and it actually looks nicer, the compression. You know what, there's a few young people, sorry to interrupt what I was just saying, sorry to myself, sorry to you. I'm so sorry, friend. I've seen a few young people driving Landies around, you know, the Land Rover? There is definitely an appreciation for like hipster aesthetic, I suppose. I mean, I love the Landy. The Land Rover, what's it called again? The Defender. That shape of the Defender, I totally would own a Defender. If I'd waste money on such things, I'd own a Defender. Here it is down here, you can see a minute. I saw one earlier of two young people in a Defender as well. You know where that comes from though? It's the leftovers of the valuation of the crown. It has, I mean, it is a cool shape, but it's the crown that likes it. It's the crown that likes the Landy. It's the crown that, I don't mean the TV series, I mean well, we just see so many news stories of the royal family driving around in Land Rovers. That's an old one. That's an old one, it's nice though. There's another person driving around in a nicer one that was like that with its roof off. But yeah, I mean, this is a hot country. They're not that common here, so it's surprising to see. And so what were we talking about? Oh wow, it just gets nicer and nicer, doesn't it? I think the walk comes around here too. Or is that across, no, sorry, that's where we were. That's where we were, friends. That's that Chinaman's beach. I'm not going to do the accent I was just about to. Better leave it. Leave it. And it's YouTube, it is YouTube after all, right? Oh wait, it's come off my thing, hang on a minute. There we go. There we go, that's better. That should stay. That's nice. Yeah, what did we say earlier? What did that Orthodox monk say? Mind your own spiritual business. We get too tied up in the Wilsamacht. I think the walkway continues. Where does it continue? Okay, we have to go on the road for a little bit. This is all pristine real estate here though, look at it. Yeah, so Christ who lives and acts in me. That's where we want to be justified from, friends, isn't it? The being. What is faith? The breath of the eternal. What is faith? It's Christ. His being sent. It's like substance, like a substance. It's not some postulative thing. It's not a deduced certainty or rationalistic certainty. It's a sent. Well, it's a sent being. You go, what? Hang on. Is it sent certainty? Because I heard Constantine, that nefarious J, that nefarious British J on Joe Rogan, talking about perfidious, talking about, oh yeah, isn't that great? Ideology gives you certainty when they were talking about Christianity. No. Ideology is an idea superstructure that gives you a internal consistency, a cohesion. That's a limited certainty for one. You're not certain because it's just some sense certainty because you've programmatically built yourself up with an idea superstructure, which is what you have as a liberal. You're certain in your liberal. You're certain in your uncertainty. You're certain in your liberalism. Right? The certainty comes from a direct being. justified by the relationship with, which is possible as a fact of experience. You know, what do you think's being talked about? Of course, they don't know. They've never investigated the depth aspect of the church. They've never investigated. What is the wonderful book? And how great a book it is. I've talked about it before. The Way of the Pilgrim, and the Pilgrim continues his way. He talks about all the things we're talking about. He doesn't mention concentration. But, of course, it's implied in the concentrating on the heart. Which is something, again, we can talk about this a little bit. I would rather wait till a lecture to do this. It's over a long period of time, like a year, you know, with everything else that we do. With forgiveness, with staying away from the will to power, with, and I'll go through this, just we can structure them as ways or practices. Go to my lecture though, the practices of Christian mysticism there. But, what was I going to say? It's funny, it almost seems like a holiday. Like this is a very expensive area, but it almost is like being in Port Stephens, you know, the kind of coastal buildings, just a lot more expensive. Seems like a peaceful back street, right? But it is so close to the city that you could just have, you know, kids running up and down the street. Yeah, it's obviously it's a bit of a hideaway, but at the same time, it is close to the mess. What are we saying? Prayer of the heart. So I'd let that chat pass. It's just you and I here. We don't want other people. It's you and I and the rest of the internet here. And so, yeah, with the prayer of the heart, you know, you're waiting and you're doing your Jesus prayer and you're doing your concentration without effort in the morning, leading up to it, doing it for an hour. And just, I mean, some of the first things you might notice, one of them being, well, again, I mentioned the prayer of the heart. Eventually, over a long period of time, you notice a slight, subtle ache in the heart. It's not unpleasant. It's like a good one. And all you've been doing all this time is gently attending, doing the Jesus prayer, concentration without effort at the same time. Again, read the book we talk about so often, Valentin Tomberg's book. It's required reading for this, along with Way of the Pilgrim, along with Unseen Warfare, along with the Philokalia is another one that should be eventually included. And there's a great chap who has recorded the whole Philokalia. Get that? You can extract YouTube videos and put them onto your audiobook. That's what I've been doing. And so, wow, how much, you know, you can read what takes other people a long time. In a year, you could read so much. You can just catch up so much. Obviously, with the Philokalia, you want the book as well, because you want to carefully read it. But just remember what the Way the Pilgrim talks about, how beautifully he articulates, this comfort of having the saints and the church fathers with him, of the depth tradition too, right? They're talking about things of the depth. They had to be careful too with what they were talking about. Remember, what is like a direct quote from the Philokalia is, unite watchfulness and the breath with the name of Jesus. Is that not what we're talking about? Like the Way of the Pilgrim says, with the prayer of the heart and the Jesus prayer, eventually it becomes clear, little by little, as the Lord shows you what is being talked about in all these books. And the Philokalia helps you, but also, oh gosh, the Lord in the process helps you understand the depth. Oh, that's what it is. Christ to live and act in me, right? Little by little, it's going to go the rest of your life, beloved friends. here we are, little by little. And that's where we were, I believe. That's Chinaman's Beach. This is a beautiful walk. I bet it would have been way more crowded had we not been lucky with it was raining to begin with. What a great spot to be talking about such a, well, I'm not profound, I'm not being profound, but the Lord is profound. That's what I mean by talking about profound subject. He's profound, you know, in the peace of this walk. And I've not been here before, so you're experiencing it for the first time with me. As you are, so too am I. Another lizard. They're out. They love their little sunbaths, don't they? And, oh wow, look how pristine those waters are. Just look at that. Isn't it wonderful too that we've fixed this issue with the camera? It should be coming through in lovely colour, lovely HD, clear crystalline waters. Live streamed. It's actually clearer on Rumble, but you might as well stay on YouTube. It's probably better that you do for the chats and all that, because I don't check the Rumble until after it's over. But it does look clearer. That's not such a big deal. It's more so it's just part of the content, part of the watching is this. And so, another lizard sunbathing. Don't need to show it anymore. You've seen it. We've almost dissected one. That's how many have been across. And so in a sense, it's about, of course, while Bible reading should be a practice, you could start with 5 minutes a day. I do it at the end of the day when I do a kind of review of everything I did during the day. But you build these practices up very slowly, a virtue being. The beauty of all this is doing the concentration without effort in prayer. Like I said, uniting the Jesus prayer should always be with the Jesus prayer. The beauty of this is that the Lord helps you. You're praying constantly for help. And once I finish my practice, I'll always pray for truth, for protection from spiritual deception. Remember, it's framing and making sure that that's the direction we're heading, truth. And of course, before you're starting, you're kissing your icons, right? Okay. Kiss your icons, say or think, I love you, Jesus. Right? You're not being like a pragmatist that I just do it, it's a way of being, and I get more trad like this, and it's a mode. No, we're trying to get into the mode of abandoning, we're bowing who we were, we're bowing our preconceptions and ideas to the Lord. This is the sacrifice of the intellect, right? We're bowing. This is all about bowing. You've got to put to the side the enclosure. We're trying to get out of the serpent's closed tail. Because what's the Lord? He's a miracle. A spiraling in. Ah, nuts. What's going on here? Track closed. October 13th to December 2025. Okay. Why don't they put a wall up? Alternative route. Okay, I guess we have to take yeah, it's closed for now. Okay, well, we'll have to go just by the road. That's all right. No problem. Okay. Interesting stairway, might as well show where we're going, eh? Okay. And so what's key, and like I mentioned earlier, Valentin Tomberg talks about this, is that it's analogous to what Christ experiences in going into the wilderness. This concentration without effort in prayer is going into the wilderness, into the depths, right? Eventually your eyes will shut. It's fundamentally a becoming the cup like Mary. It's the images and valuations of the unconscious are being dissolved by Christ in this process. And you have to wait and attend and pray. And he does it. What are we going to say? It's the temptations of Christ are an archetype of the types of temptations that will come to you while you're doing the concentrating in prayer. He'll try, the demons will try say anything to you to stop you, say anything to you to even they'll say profane things, right? Anything to stop you from doing your prayers. They'll do that anyway. Even if it's just prayer on its own, it's the same thing. But this actually rejecting the temptation, well, Christ, angels visited on him after, right? So too is it with you. You'll see this eventually, or rather you'll feel it, or both. But it helps you. This practice is so all-encompassing. It's practicing all three of the oaths of poverty, obedience, chastity at the same time. You're going into poverty because you're withdrawing your will from the world and asking and praying and reaching it towards him. Asking and praying and reaching towards him. Because the air that's around you in modernity is a combative will to power. It's the unconscious that's around you is like a mist of sin, but also just really subtle things that the will to power generates. What you value is tied up with what you're doing and what you desire in the world, right? That is what keeps. Or your sin, it's like your sin is what you have to deal with. That mist, that air. I'm just using analogies here. Is what keeps the Angaloi away. It's a way of an analogue of thinking about it. And Valentin Tomberg talks about all this stuff I'm talking about. It's always validated by a secondary person, right? Valentin Tomberg, all the saints from the East or West. And so by rejecting the temptation, rejecting the demon, it's little by little, well, you could say it clears the air. It's an analogue for understanding that it clears the air. For grace to be granted, for the Angaloi to approach. And influence this breath you've been getting used to just attending and praying the Jesus prayer, right? If Christ is going to enter the heart, as we know from the Philokalia, as we know from this, I mean, he's in the respiratory system, breathing, heart, blood. These are the mysteries, friends. These are the mysteries that they had to be careful talking about. Remember, a large defense had to happen in the east of the monastic Jesus prayer and that tradition because of that kind of attack that came from it, that was coming from it. So, but there is a sense too that the Lord wants to show you certain mysteries. Is this the way back? I don't know. The mystery of the breath, the mystery of the heart. I think we'll just continue along, eh? Oh yeah, I see. Oh wait, I think that's right, I don't know. How far are we supposed to go? Oh, that might be it. I don't know, guys. I reckon we keep going up here. Wow, what a view though, look at this. Oh, hello. Special. And there's the city over there, of course. Yes, yes. Yeah. Well, I can show you higher. There you go. Wonderful, wonderful Australian day. Ooh, I bet you I get burnt. In the old face. I'll put some sunscreen on when we sit down. Now, that covers with concentration without effort in prayer. That's the core thing you're doing every day. Alongside that, you know, what else are we doing? Many things. Many things. I mean, I can tell you what I do. It begins with those icons, of course, like we mentioned. I'm doing 3 sort of prayers in the middle of the day because you get constantly drawn back into the worldly again, of course, doing your work. Maybe you switched on the internet. And then the Lord, well, he's making you a peacemaker, isn't he, right? He's bringing you that deeper peace that the Philokalia talks about. Deeper peace. That's possible. Through his eternal breath. It's a fact, friends. I'm not going to lie about it, it's a fact. And so I'm doing that in the middle of the day, and then at the end of the day, walking past a church. I don't have an Orthodox one on my way home, so I don't mind going to a Catholic church. I actually prayed it's an abandoned one because it's on the walk home. But just going to sacred space, I think, is important to do just a quicker concentration without effort in prayer. And dropping into the Jesus prayer if you're just walking along as much as possible, right? I mean, I suppose they had to count the repetitions. You could do that. I think you're better off just doing it for a certain period of time, making it so automatic that it becomes this thing. Because we're trying to establish this praying unceasingly, so it enters the heart. And later on, after you've been doing this for a long time, then you could also include, well, maybe I should wait till I do a lecture about that. Attending the heart is what I'm saying, once that's become available. Once that becomes available. Like I said, a long time down the process, you feel an ache in the heart. Then you can begin on those 2 other practice. I'm just outlining some of the practices I also do now, because there are other people who might want to add certain things. Usually the prerequisite is having already felt the slight ache on the heart a few times, and the Lord's peace, which he eventually shows you in the depth of practice. And he also reveals what's called spiritual touch, which is sort of behind the eyes or behind the forehead. That can be elsewhere though. St. John of the Cross talks about the dart of love, and that's something that's experienceable. I mean, personally, I've had it on my face and eyes. That's what he describes as that dart of joy and love. Again, these are like rare, like I'm just explaining, that's phenomenology. I probably shouldn't go into that. It's not a practice. Seeking truth, that truth of the heart, the peace of the heart, that's what we're here for. Not the spiritual experience itself. You're seeking him who is truth. Pray for that. It's very important for the frame of mind. It's just simply because he knows that that's what you're after as the goal, right? It's for your own safety. And so, yes, 3 times a day. And those 2 other times, I began to making them a prayer of the heart. And I'm adding the heart to the concentration, the other thing I'm doing, concentration without effort in prayer, I'm adding it to that. Because what becomes available is this spiritual touch, like I talk about. It's what Valentin Tomberg talks about this in his book, this Catholic. And so that's where it leads. It leads to the heart. All this leads into the depths, to the heart. And him entering your heart. That's not just a symbol, that's a fact. He enters your heart. What happens in the way of the pilgrim, this is a road to that. He enters the heart, literally, not just symbolically. But to discover what that is, I'm not going to describe it phenomenologically to you, because it's a mystery. It's the mystery, right? It'll be, if you keep doing what we're describing, it's shown. So, it's the Lord. That's the Lord's mysteries. But diligence, making it a natural part of your life. Yeah, like I said, those 2 things, I'm doing the prayer of the heart at those times, with the concentration without effort in prayer. But you could just do prayers then. Just do that 2 other times. At the end of the morning prayer rule or holy hour, I'm doing, thanks. I'm doing, obviously do your confessions at church, at your parish, but I confess straight away. If I've sit, I'll also confess straight away. So I'll do confession is the first thing I do after the practice. Confess, and there's lots of help with this in the prayer. There's lots of help with this in the in the Philokalia. There's lots of help with this in the Way of the Pilgrim, which cites the Philokalia a lot. The Way of the Pilgrim. Lots of help with this in confession. You will find pride and vanity and will to power, these are the really subtle ones that you just think are normal, that you're slowly, little by little, getting over. At the start, you haven't even discovered what the problem is. And then you recognize when it is happening. And this is another one. The unseen warfare is a great help for all the tactics the devil uses. Also, a lot of practices we can do. One of them is, throughout the day, when you're tempted by something, well, that thought or temptation may have landed, right? Now, never do this in your morning practice. Just know whatever distraction comes. Think no and go back to the prayer and attending that you were doing. That's part of the practice, right? It leads to, like I said, it leads to the washing of the feet. Your rejection of the temptation is a practice and helps you throughout the whole day. You'll get used to doing that and leads to the washing of the feet. it doesn't bring about because it's the Lord, right? But it leads to. Now look at these pristine waters, hey? That's what you're after, pristine waters of peace. Cool quicksilver of peace. Cool breath. What did the Lord say? Peace be with you. And then he breathed on them. Just as then, so too, in the depth of this experience, you can feel the breath. Oh, see, that's a nice day. Look at that. Got a few apples on the sitting by the water. A couple of apples by the rock. Watching the day go by. Watching the day go by. Okay. What we saying? Yes, that's it. So you're rejecting a temptation, but then unseen warfare makes a great recommendation. Never do this in your morning practice because it can distract you. You can get led into these. Or did I let the thought land or not? Did I let the temptation? You know what I mean? And that's a tactic of the devil to take you away from your prayer. So you're just knowing and you're thinking no and going, gently thinking no and going straight back to what you're attending. And the Lord brings about more and more silence. Helped by you rejecting the temptation. Just allow for you helping bringing yourself and bowing yourself. Because those temptations are also tied up with your being and who you were before. The vitalising being. And that's little by little, that's being bowed and dissolved in this process. And so, what a fresh pumping of the blood to walk and talk in the clean sunlight out from, of course, highly recommended, walking and praying, pristine sights can help a little, right, with this process. With this prayer. Yeah. It is still the world though, it's the essence of things that we're moving towards, but you know, this is the beauty, it's because of the Lord. That's another practice unseen warfare recommends. Recommends attributing, when you see the beauty of the world, attributing it to Him, right? Because it's Him that makes those goods possible. And it's the issues become your arrangement of these goods is misordered. Everyone's is, mine still are. Always be a sinner. It's a road. You know, I've prayed and thanks, and you can take this for what it is. You know, I've checked with our epistemic principle, or checked with the discernment we talk about. But I've thanked the Lord, Lord many times for saving me, for the healing and fishing me out of the water. And He said to me, well, you can take this for what it is, you don't have to believe me, it's fine. What? But He said to me, stay on the path. Stay on the path. What does that mean? It means the salvation never ends, right? It's continuing. It's a ladder. And that's what we're trying to establish, this mind frame of duration, right? It's going to go on a whole, and you might not be used to it yet. You'll think in a worldly manner to begin with, oh, this is taking me away from A, B, C, D, E. Well, look, if you do have that mode of thinking, hello little guy, if you have that mode of thinking, that's natural, right? Well, natural, it's, wow, it's getting even more beautiful, isn't it? It's getting even higher. Oh, that's called Balmoral Beach over there. That's got some old structures on it. Very nice. We might come back there next week. It's called Middle Head. It's a very beautiful, beautiful, still beach. Stay on the path. Loyalty to him. It's taking a bit longer than expected to get to maybe we should have stopped at that place we were at. Doesn't look like we're going to find any drink around here, although there might be a bubbler or something I can stop at. Okay. Stay on the path. Stay on the path. I'll just check to make sure the stream's still going. Okay. It appears to be still working. It looks nice. I mean, this color grade I put on the footage, it does make my face a little dark, but that's okay. That's okay. Just let this person pass. Here we are. We return. Stay on the path. We have to be watchful, we have to be vigilant. And that's what this is teaching you. This hour in the morning is giving you a vigilance for the rest of the day. It's like I talked about last week. Vigilance. Watchfulness. You're getting used to not taking things for granted. Again, like we are born into this modern mode. It infects, even if you're raised in some religious school. You're still getting infected with the mind frame of modernity through the sciences, through the language. And so, what phenomenology teaches you, and this is a bit of Heidegger here, philosopher. We talked about this last week, but watchfulness. You know, what is this givenness that's here with me? This is not, again, these are from philosophy. It's from Heidegger. It's translating Latin terms into Anglo-Saxon words. This is not Eastern or anything. It's trying to translate, because if I say object, then where's your mind going to go? Back to that Cartesian dualism, isn't it? What's this? Being? What's this here, yonder being? And what are the words here, yonder? Here, yonder, well, they're Anglo-Saxon words. So I'm giving you some more root words that are actually natural to your depth of your understanding. Here, yonder, it's here and yonder. Yonder is an old arcane word, right? For over there. What is there? What's here? What's here? What's there? There contains here, T-H-E-R-E. There and here, here, yonder. It's given. You don't know it's an object. It's given. You don't know you're the subject, do you? Right? I'm just getting you in the mode of, this is where philosophy went after the troubles of Kant. Phenomenology came about, and what they are up to is trying to get to the here, yonder, and to the things themselves, without all this modern framework that we just inherit, right? That gets us separated from God, that satanizes everything, that technicalizes everything. So Heidegger's a great preparation for that. So too is good, like we said, so too is good, or it should be, good theology, right? Preparation. But that mode of phenomenology is taking up the question of being. As if, no, not as if, because it is the original question. What is being? You know, another one. What is being? The lizards are out today. Another friend. Oh, he's got a red belly. And by saying that, I mean, you're saying, I'm not going to take for granted what I'm seeing here in the sense that I know it in advance, what it is, what the academy's told me it is. This given, what's given to me, what's here, and sending. You see, I'm saying here and sending. I'm not saying the object. I'm doing that on purpose. Heidegger's doing that on purpose. Heidegger's a very famous philosopher, very well respected. He articulates what happened here, this technicalization, this satanization. He doesn't assume God though, right? He doesn't assume, so he's kind of pagan in that way. But the same understand, I mean, none of this works without Christ, by the way. You can't get out of a technical mode of being without Christ. He melts things with love, right? He melts the dead idea superstructures that are taking your life away. He melts that. You've got to bow your head, of course, right? But Heidegger helps you get out of that rigid false certainty. Well, he's using German, but when it's translated, it's getting to Anglo-Saxon words. Now, people might say, when you're saying, oh, what's this here givenness? What's this being, this here being? This here, yonder being in front of me, he's trying to get you to look to it now. To have a watchfulness like the saints, right? Because what does that do when you, I mean, some people might think that's Eastern. No. He's using Anglo-Saxon words because you're familiar with Latinate root words, not Anglo-Saxon words or Germanic words. You're familiar maybe a bit more with Greek words. Greek's a bit better actually, but mainly it's the French words. The French borrow words really do us a disservice. That's okay though, we're used to using them, we got to use them, fine. We just play it where it lies. Where are we? Another detour. Get effed. Okay, that's all right. So I guess we go up there. Work site. Sorry, this is taking a bit longer than I expected to take for us to sit down and read our book, but we've had a good chat though. I think there's been some good stuff said. Yes, Anglo-Saxon. Right, it's helping you get to a bit more rooted, right? Trying to get underneath the kind of dead being a bit. And you've got to hear these things many times. You've got to struggle with them, right? Nothing of essence and depth is just given to you easily. Has to be, well, I don't want to say grasped. I don't want to say grasped because we're getting used to not grasping so hard, right? We're getting used to praying for. And that therein is another practice, right? Getting little by little. And how do you start habituating these practices? You do them one at a time. One at a time, very slowly. The first practice you start with is you could do it after church on the Lord's Day. Go to a secluded place. Leave your phone at home. Leave your SIM card at home. You could take the SIM card out of your phone if you want to listen to one of the books we recommend. SIM card out of the phone, right? Walk there, don't drive there. Because I'm trying to give you something that's when you're in the hell of modernity and you might have trouble habituating things. What this does is it makes it more annoying. At the start, you want to set up things that are more annoying not to do than to do. You're setting up a mode. I don't know, I'll just keep going this way, I guess. You're setting up a mode. Setting it up so it's more sticky. More sticky to, might as well stay and do it, right? Because you walked there. You got to walk all the way back, but if you've got a car, you just hop in and go to the servo to get some donuts. You know? If the internet's right there, just check the internet. You're making it stickier. This is helping you. And so you go off to your place and then you just habituate doing this once a week. And you think about what was good and what was bad of last week. You're doing this I do this every week, right? It eventually leads to, once you've discernment, you can look at the lectures on that, just how to discern the Holy Spirit from the false Holy Spirit, how to know what is the false Holy Spirit. Eventually, you're including the Lord in this and asking him, should I do this, Lord? Or should we do this, Lord? Should I do this, Lord? Oh, wow. Look at that. Should we do this? Should I do this? Well, because eventually he comes and joins you, right? We're trying to stop being self-sufficient like the unseen warfare states. We're trying to get out of self-reliance. It's not us that's doing it. We do our little bit. We pray to him. We don't do it ourselves. We pray to him and then try, right? Christ reliance, not self-reliance. That's what that is. Well, there'll probably be I need water. I'm stumbling on the words now. Well, not that badly, don't worry. Don't worry over there. Don't worry over there. Call the ambulance! No, it's all good. I'll just drink some seawater. That'll quench my thirst. That's probably what's going to happen to moderns, right? They're going to become so useless that they'll drink seawater, not realizing that it'll kill them. Shame about that, isn't it? That seawater just kills you. It'd be a lot easier otherwise, wouldn't it? Oh, that's quite a nice little grove. Ah, all right. I could feel that in my diaphragm actually, all that talking and walking. There we are. There we are. Wow. That ain't half bad. Is it, friends? Look at all the sailing boats over here. Oh, look. That's called North Head. That's a quarantine station. We were there for a stream about 2 months ago. Over there. Pretty cool, right? Wow, this is cooler or way better looking than I thought the stream would be. Wow. It's a pretty incredible thing, Sydney Harbour. Stark cliff faces, rugged trees, burnt trees. And so, yeah, we're talking about the Anglo-Saxon terms, not taking the object or the subject for a given. And we do know, even the science results show us that there's some correlation between those two things. That's proved by, of course, why is that the observer has some effect on the object? Well, because the object's the Lord, right? The ground of it, the essence of you and the essence of the object are both Logos. Well, there's probably other reasons than that. But that's one of the reasons. Man, I have to steal someone's tap, right? There's some times where you can there's a book called Britannia Waives the Rules. And you see this actually when you get a lot of, not to go into this subject, but you get a lot of immigrants coming to a country. You'll say, oh, can I exchange the cheese on my burger for a pickle instead? I go, I cannot do, not always, but in general, right? But there is a sense of fairness amongst at least the people of the same culture where they go, oh yeah, that makes sense, that's fair, yeah, I'll do that for you. Because it's not your business. It's like, you're working for some chain, right? But there is this thing amongst the Anglo-Celt of that, waives the rules. It's all right, that's all right, it's fair. You know, a bit of a waive rule. Oh, I forgot my wallet today. It's all right, you can have a free fare. You know? Because he knows fundamentally, he or she knows fundamentally that the rules aren't being, that in general the common good is being contributed to enough as a whole. That there is a common good. There was. That's going very fast, friends. We're waving goodbye to that. But anyway, won't go into that subject. We touched on it. But I need a tap, I think. Oh, did I throw that bottle out? I hope not. That would suck. I'm just going to put you over here on my shoulder while I look for this place to get a drink. And I'm hoping that I still have my bottle. My little bottle. Baby want a bottle. I'm not a child. No, I've got my bottle somewhere, I think. I'll see. Okay, that's there. Does anyone have their tap low enough, close to the side enough, where I don't have to go all the way into their property to use it? Another lizard, they're out today. Where are we? I'm not seeing any. Oh, there's one. Sorry, this is a bit boring, but I need to not be retarded and not walk into wilderness without a drink. Okay. There's one. Let's see if I got a bottle. Oh, there is a little bit of drink in this. Okay. Oh, there's one here too. It's a bit harder to... Oh yes, here we are. There's one. Perfect. Happy days. Okay. Well. And you thought I was going to pass out. You thought I wasn't resourceful. Well, I found some. Fresh, pure, what do they call it? Fluoride. Some of those blends are quite good. The old mineral blends. Actually, that's one thing that's good, is there are a lot of, well, whether it's a good or bad thing, I suppose you could say it's pandering in a way, but just that you can get most drinks without calories anymore, like Solo, or you guys call it Lift in America, whatever the lemon drink is without sugar. Okay, have I had enough of that? I'll have a little bit more. We'll find a place to stop. That's nice. All right, back to the views. Man, I was listening to some, or one of my alarms actually was, I think it was American bird song, or British bird song. The bird songs, it's nothing compared to Australian bird song, I tell you. The kind of beauty in the beauty that's in the bird song here is incredible. You get an appreciation from it when you've been overseas. And that is actually something, what were we talking about? We were talking about Heidegger, a very notable philosopher, and Orthodox people appreciate him, right? Dugin, if we consider him Orthodox, right? Like, so many people don't really understand the actual Russian Orthodox. Russian Orthodox. But, you know, Dugin very much appreciates that. But I've got my own criticisms of him. But, you know, I talked to James, I think his name, James Cortides, on the channel long ago. He's an Orthodox guy that's read Valentin Tomberg, and he probably doesn't talk about it, and Heidegger, and very much appreciates both these thinkers, right? And so, what were we saying? Watchfulness. Wow, that's such a beautiful head, isn't it? Especially when it's sunny. We were talking about watchfulness. But watchfulness, asking the question of being again. Making the question of being original. Well, look, just asking that question. What's here given to me? Is this really the subject and the object? But if you hear other people talk about it, Heidegger, for instance, we were talking about this earlier. What are they? They're preparations for the practices. Preparations to get you out of the idea superstructure that's built up by modernity, which is it's a satanic being, a will to power being that gives form to how you see the world, whether you like it or not, whether you're in religious education or not, because it's in the language. All right, I think the trail goes down here, and so we'll go down again, and then around. Yeah, there's a little, yeah. And so we talked a bit about that last week, talked a bit about that last week, getting used to this idea, deprogramming what might be there. These things we've taken for explained or granted that we might see in our watchfulness. And what does this help achieve? What are we trying to do? We're trying to go back to go forward, right? People are always talking about, well, don't we want, and you actually, funnily enough, get to the future, who is him, by doing this. That's hard to explain. Sorry, I'll just jump through. You get to him by doing this. Because we're always talking about getting back to do we think the being that we are right now in modernity, even if we're raised in religious education, do we think this here being is the same for us as it was for the church fathers and such? Don't we want to get to where they were? I don't mean, we're not becoming Luddites. We're getting out of the mind frame, the Weltanschauung, world picture, to get to the essence of things. Christ will keep us out of the snares. We still have to use technology. I've got sneakers on. These are very helpful for walking around. We're using it right now. But by finding Christ, through this depth, through the depth aspect of the church, he makes sure we don't get used by it. That's the point. By bringing us back to this earlier mode, we help in that by becoming watchful. That's what we're talking about. That Heideggerian philosophical mode of that phenomenology, and we've explained what that is. It's trying to get to the things itself without the hermeneutic, without the interpretation that's there. Not taking object and subject for given. Because when you look out and cognize something, you touch it, your mentality touches it, right? This dead being touches it. And what are we doing by doing that? What are we doing? We had this Greek Hellenistic mode of being begins Luciferic, becomes Satanic. We're wrapped up in that. So what's happening? When we're going to the depth of being, doing these practices, doing prayer, what's happening? What are we saying? Holy moly. Even holy moly, I shouldn't say holy anything, keep those words unprofaned, but I was gonna swear at the end of that instead of saying moly. Holy moly, it's resurrection. He resurrects it. Why is it resurrection? Because it's bringing his life into everything. Because it's dead, like I said earlier. Mind, the propositional, legalistic mind that the intellect has become. Well, it was like the polar of Luciferic experience in pagan times becomes Satanic, dead knowledge. Mind is spirit. It's dead spirit, right? There's a way of thinking about it. Heidegger's even said that, the philosopher. Now, Steiner said that actually too. Now, so you're not taking the impulse from Lucifer. That would be that's kind of a Duganistic first beginning. It's a resurrected new beginning. That's what Christ brought by incarnating. What he brings as the risen Christ. Oh, that's right. I thought that was a snake. It's a beautiful blue-tongued lizard here. Here we are. Look at him go. Look at him go. Be gone! Oh, that might work. I could put it around this little pole. Hang on, friends. Hang on, friends. Oh. Yeah, that's what Christ does. That's the danger. You can't do any of this without him. There's no doing it without him. You just try to reach back to Luciferic spiritual experience. This is what all the East does. This is what, in occultism, that Western will to power, Crowleyan occultism, that's all will to power. It's sort of the other spectrum, leaning into arbitrary will, the subterranean. These things are opposites of each other. You've got Luciferians thinking they're fighting Satanists, and they don't realize they're implicit Satanists. It's like a certain type of traditionalism without the living tradition. That versus progress, satanic, which is satanic progress, right? Christ takes you out of both those contexts. You're justified by him. But again, this phenomenological approach is this getting to the things themselves, trying to take nothing for given. Well, reading Heidegger can help you with that. It's very difficult. He's very difficult too, because you're moving out of words you understand as either Greek or Latin, words like object and subject. He's translating them into root Anglo-Saxon words. And so you'll struggle with that to begin with, but it does deprogram you and gives you a fresh understanding of how these things came about. And maybe, well, he calls it deconstruction. It's not the leftist type. The leftists take it from him, but he's not a leftist, I can tell you that right now. But and it's not about that. It's not about disrespecting who came before. It's about stopping it from marring the interpretation, trying to get a clean interpretation. But that's not enough, is it? It's not enough just to get to the ground of the beginning of history. It's about the incarnation, because you don't get to, when you get to the beginning of history, you get to the beginning of Lucifer. He's the middle of time. Now he waits for us at the end. He wants to bring us to him, to become him. Now, thank God, he's available to, he theosisizes us, right? Before, all these Easterners, all the practices in pagan times, they were all done under one's own steam. Or there were fallen Angeloi who taught things, right? That's true. I'm going to do a lecture on that soon, which is about how the resurrection fundamentally changes everything, and what, because I said in the goals is to show why these pagan, like why that isn't, because some people would say, oh, well, hang on, that's the Logos, right? They're dealing with the Logos then. That's not true. I'll go into the reasons in the lecture. Like, say, Plato, for instance. Well, where's that coming from? Wow, that's incredibly beautiful. And quite a stark cliff face I'm on. Whoa, whoa! No, we're okay. We're okay. Wow. You beauty. That's nice, right? Here we are. Here's a bit of me. Here's a bit of me, your unknown friend. Look at people over here enjoying the cliff faces. Yes. And look, this is where we did our stream. If you look back to, I probably called it North Head, I think, or Manly or something. But there's, you might not be able to see it in the definition you've got there, but we went to the Catholic seminary over there, which is now a business school, but it's an incredibly beautiful neo-Gothic building, but it's across the water. You can take a ferry here. Very beautiful. Very beautiful ride. But it's all pointless. What? Hang on, are you a nihilist, Scott? It's all, but it is. It is without him. That's not to say, though, there's little cabins down there. I wonder who owns them. It's probably National Park. It's got to be. It's a little trail down to it. Maybe you can see it. They're just down here. Maybe those on Rumble can see it if they're ever watching this long. Little cabins right on the rock. That would have been. They're probably kept in shape as a settler thing. But his telos is the essence of things, right? He is the truth, though. We're not saying he's some value additive, some vitamin we add to feel better. Oh, I want to feel better. No, if you want to feel better, guess who you meet? I want you to feel better. Well, look, he brings peace, of course. Everything the saint says is everything the Philokalia says is what he brings. He keeps his promises. But the depth of sorrow, depth of joy. Beatitude, not bliss, beatitude, even deeper than any type of blissful peace, beatitude. is uniquely, the gift of tears, uniquely Christ. I came so you could have life abundantly, not to depersonalize like the East. Yes. But we've got to seek his truth. We've got to be willing to let, just say, look, what if I've got some towers of Babel? What if I'm being will to power in my life? What if combativeness has taken over my life? What if I'm wrong? And then just say, I want to let him tell me what's true and show me what's true. That's part of bowing the intellect, right? One thing is taking the givenness, just saying, okay, what am I making assumptions about what's shown to me in vision? I mean, here experience, this existential being that I am, what I see and feel, is there more there? Or could there be more there? Maybe I don't know. Fundamentally, I know nothing. That's something that helps too. And we actually only half mentioned this practice. One of them is the temptation comes up, we think no to it, but then we do the opposite immediately. So this is from Unseen Warfare, excellent book. This is a collaboration between East and West. Collaboration between East and West. Edited by two Orthodox saints. Done by a Western priest. And so, what does he say? The temptation comes and you do the opposite. Okay, you say, oh, I hate that guy. Or you go, that memory comes up of that resentment or whatever it might be. And these thoughts start coming to you like, oh, he doesn't know shit. Or this, and this, or whatever it might be about someone that you disagree with. And there's this fightingness to you that you want to fight and say, you're wrong, or you're this, right? That'll come up in the shower, right? That's a good place for these things to come up. In the shower, wherever you are, they'll come up. For man and woman, they'll come up, I'm sure. I mean, men are more combative than women, but they'll come up for women too. Resentments, whatever it is. But even that's just temptations of the demons and devil. Do the opposite. Think no to the temptation and do the opposite. Ask the Lord to bless them. Pray for the Lord to bless them. Pray for the Lord to pray to the Lord for them to help you, for him to help them acknowledge him as their king and find him. What's that doing? What am I doing there? We're doing that. Instead of attacking in my mind and falling to the sin of the will to power, I'm forgiving them. This is part of the practice too. Right? So one of them, you can do this with other temptations though. Not all temptations though have an opposite virtue you can just enact. So some, what are the ones that are like that? Well, I suppose the reproductive urges, they have, you can just do something else. There's no opposite to it, is there? Exactly. So with that, I've said this before, you get used to doing this, the impulse will come back again. It's not going to be silenced just by you thinking no, but you can just no, and you just continue to say no a few times again, gently, no getting annoyed, not reactive to, don't get tied up in the demon temptation you're rejecting the demon. And then dropping into the Jesus prayer, putting your attention on your breathing and letting that do the Jesus prayer. It comes back, it just no again. And you get used to that. It becomes a kind of automatic thing.
Oh, the berry?
That's what you want. You want the Jesus prayer to be automatic too, right? A part. And you are building it. It's built into your it's grown by him and you into your being. That's what the unconscious is. You don't control it all. Your habit is part of you. Your memory is part of you. These are deeper parts of the unconscious. What did Henry Bergson say, the philosopher? Western philosopher? Henry Bergson. With memory, we are in fact dealing with the spirit. Bergson, very good on intuition, understanding how that becomes possible as well. That actually helps guide us, and that's what the saints have always done, actually. Well, not exactly. I'm not exactly sure of that. But, well, yeah, it's conscience, right? It's conscience becomes, usually it's tied up with action. You will feel conscience before you do something. It's felt after you enact the action. But what happens, and this is discerning the Holy Spirit, right, is that we can ask in advance. And what happens is, say you do eventually, when you've been purified, you do a particular whatever it's the thing that the Lord wants you to do. You don't really feel, let's just say you do it, you don't feel an impulsion. You just do it. It comes after, and it's a serenity and joy. Not joy on its own, because joy on its own can be spiritual deception. It's with serenity. With serenity. And so that becomes something we can experience in simply doing concentration without effort until spiritual touch becomes available. And then, field. And asking in advance if you should do something. And that comes as an answer. Sometimes words much later on, but when you're doing your weekend practice, that's what you'll find yourself doing. You're bringing him into it. So your sabbatical withdrawal becomes a true Lord's Day. Is that you're asking him. An idea comes to you, and then you ask him. He sends you an intuition. And then sometimes in his time, when it's appropriate, might say something. And then you confirm that was him with the intuition. With the conscience, right? What is conscience? We don't have access to it, do we? What are they talking about? We don't have conscience, we have prejudice. We have some prejudice that's built up, and then we think that's right. And we go, we enact the prejudice based on whatever is in our unconscious, what's built up in us, in our character, and in our heredity. Conscience is divine. It comes by purification, by making yourself objective. How do we do that? Well, it's with another practice, by forgiving everyone. Other ethnic groups, whatever. If you have resentments against them, the Jays, whatever. This is how you don't hate them. This is how you still criticize them, or you still reform what they are doing and try to get them to come to Christ, whatever. Recognize that it's fundamentally, if you're staying with that, what they're doing, it's paganistic. It becomes paganistic. It reverts to paganism. That's a long story too, to justify that. But anyway, what were we saying? Damn it. I thought that was pretty good, what we were talking about. Forgiving everyone. Right? That's another practice. Where you walk past them. If you find that combativeness, F the Jays, the Jays. Again, your objective is to get rid of that lobby and have it recognized as a foreign lobby. All that stuff is still there. That's fine. But you fundamentally forgive them and pray for them. While still, if the Lord wants you to, because you actually should be asking him if this is what he wants you to do. Or if that's even right, eventually you'd want to be able to ask. And you're including that in your epistemic principle, which spiritual fathers of the past and present are part of that epistemic principle of discerning truth. But you also have to be able to discern yourself, You've got to be able to discern true conscience yourself also, right? It all builds up together. All builds up together. I think even St. Paul says that, right? Conscience and the church, or the collective. Conscience and the counsel of others in the Lord. In the Lord, though. That's key. I guess we'll sit down at some time. Maybe there'll be some chairs here soon. That's pretty idealistic though, right? Flying, the kites. The Australian ideal. Beautiful. These are called, they call these bin turkeys here. They used to live in the wetlands. Bin chickens, I believe they're called. No, wait, no. I think, yeah, they're just called, I don't know what their actual name is, but. Okay, I don't know if we could sit here, but it's a bit uncomfortable. I don't know if I want to. Where are we? Wow, we're actually almost 3 hours into the stream. Wow. Okay, well. Oh, there's a cafe there. I reckon we. Yeah, let's keep going down towards, maybe take the road. We'll go to this cafe to get a Coca-Cola. Oh wait, it says it closes at 3. Oh. Oh, there's a little beach down here. How do I get down? I guess we take the road. I guess we'll take the road. We'll be right. We'll find where we go. Or we could go back to the track. How far back's the track? God, this place used to be a backwater, you know? Well, not a backwater, but it was, I'm just complaining about house prices again. just doing it again. But, man, in the 80s, after the crash and various things, things were worth nothing here. All this land. And just bought up by the Chinese. Okay. Well, I think I'd rather take the road, actually. Let's just go this way. It's a shortcut. Have a look at some houses on the way. Okay. There we are. Okay. It's pretty good though. I've been able to hold this thing the whole time without, I don't really have a thing to hook it on. I do, but I don't. I can't aim forward. I do, but I don't. What a day. Where were we? Yeah, forgiveness. I mean, this is key. This is just key things to, what are we doing? We're remembering these things and they help us, right? Because they're all actions, they're ways. And we're saying ways rather than practice and procedure, because it's technology. That's Eastern. Eastern technicalized any spiritual practices. We're talking about effort and grace here, right? Now, we have to be watchful. Fundamentally, the concentration without effort in prayer in the morning. Concentration, as talked about in unseen warfare, a collaboration between East and West. East, as in Russia, as in Eastern European, not East, Far East. Eastern and Western Church. Edited by 2 Orthodox saints. Anyway, that is teaching you watchfulness for the rest of the day. That's not all it's about. Like I said, it practices poverty, obedience, chastity in itself. It's chaste in that it's dissolving the imagistic, unconscious value of images, of you rejecting what's unchaste by going into this withdrawal, by doing the practice itself. It's also poverty, right? It's a poverty of thought. It's a sacrifice of imagination, which makes it chastity. It's a sacrifice of will, right? Because the Lord wants you to do the prayer, doesn't he? He wants you to help purify yourself. It's riveting yourself to his cross. That's obedience. And you also become obedient by looking through the church fathers for what is and isn't a sin, reading Unseen Warfare, seeing the actions you can perform to avoid. But in general, I've given you a few really basic ones. That forgiveness is another one that contributes a lot to this, because you're letting go of all your resentments. Like the Lord said, you have to justify, or you have to, each petition, you're petitioning him. He tells us that we have to forgive for him to forgive us, right? And so it's a very easy, practical way. Those people you hate, they'll come up throughout the day. Your resentments will come up. Your shame will come up of different, like an embarrassment will come up. But you won't recognize the sin that's associated with it. So think about this embarrassing thing that happened to you that comes up again. There's a sin related to it you don't know or you've ignored. And you just contemplate that and you'll figure out what that might have been, then ask for his forgiveness for that. Shame and resentment. Resentment and shame. Resentment, that's the will to power. It's the will to combative courage. It's turning into moral courage. And so by blessing them, you're doing the opposite, like Unseen Warfare was suggesting. It's an excellent way to deal with it. More than just rejecting it. Practically doing the opposite. You can't, like I said, you can't do that with everything, but most vices have an opposite virtue you can do. It's all tied up together. Oh, my earphone ran out of battery. It's all tied up together. Ooh. You're becoming, also through the preparation, you're becoming more watchful over your own being, over what could disclose itself. That watchfulness is also a watchfulness to what could also be sin, right? The reproductive organs, or let's just say sensation that come, whatever temptation can come from there, that's tied up with, you know, at least how I've recognized it, it can be tied up with, again, in a healthy married relationship, that's fine. That's fine. It's following the ideal of union, mystical union is the goal, and if that's a joy that comes from it, that's good. But on its own, of course, right? It's an impulse that can be used by the demons. Anyway, usually if there's sensation or whatever coming from there, it can be tied up with demonic impulse. Not always, it can just be of the soul, right? It's just of the power. We're talking about passions here. Anyway, we're going into the weeds there with that detail. But let's put these back in. Okay. Don't want to get hit by a car. There's no footpaths here. I don't know where we've gone. Maybe I should have stayed on that track. Where are we? Oh yeah, if we keep going down here, it should be alright. So that's forgiveness. There's little things you can do, just bless the people you walk past. It's another good thing to do as well, if someone flirts with you and you're trying to have sobriety, right? Oops. Or even just if the passions are inflamed by someone that you're walking past, eye lust, that sort of thing. A good thing to do is just to say the Lord loves them, right? It's sort of moving from, and to bless them. It's moving from a sensory lust to a agape instead, like willing good towards them, blessing them. It's just a little mode, a way. You can try that, see how that works for you. Or just look away. But that can be a way of making it more, rather than it being this fighty thing. It's just something. So there's that. These are, of course, just helpers for the Christian life in general, right? But they also have to be done as well. It's about helping your moral development. The key is that morning practice, though. That's where it opens up the beauty also of the rest of your day. It opens up the heart. And when I say heart, I'm talking about divine emotiveness. I'm talking about the sacred heart that opens. If you're willing to take the time to withdraw, to do it. He's been waiting for you to do it. Hinting for you to do it. So many things that are hints you will then later realize when you can actually ask, we're from him. We're from him. And lots of kids have these bikes now, these, what are they called? E-bikes. You can't take them on trains anymore in Sydney, in New South Wales. Nanny state. But, damn, I was going to mention something and I slipped out of my mind because of those stupid kids. Damn it. Forgiveness, giving thanks. Of course, giving thanks. Again, these are things that are just little practices you habituate. And I did mention that earlier, right? That practice you do. I didn't explain it in full detail though, did I? I do all these. But doing this weekly, and then doing it in the afternoon before you leave work, perhaps. You review the day, and you just, what are the things that you committed to? What are the vices or sins that you fell to, and what are the things you committed to? And you write those things down, and then write down with 1, 2, 3, 4. It could be things to work on or ideas of how to actually get yourself to do that thing, right? And so you're keeping track of everything in that way. First, you kind of do that once a week, and but in the weekly review, you're thinking, what was the good of this week? What went well? What didn't go well? And I have a lecture on this. It says how to escape the provoked state of modernity if you just can't get yourself to do anything. And so you're tying that in, and you're reviewing everything, and you're saying all the different practices you did. You're getting yourself out of this modern being with a whole new life of little practices. Instead of setting these sort of technicalized big goals, like this abstract goal, I want to achieve making of a movie. That's quite abstract, right? It needs a million little practices to get that done. And so if you're going to break it down into, again, this is kind of technical though. The point is eventually, before you're choosing any new practices, you're asking the Lord and discerning an answer. Again, this is like a year in, like a slow process to eventually, but for the moment you can decide as best you can yourself, consulting the tradition. That's the point, right? It keeps you safe. And so, Yes, doing that once a week. I think I've explained that well enough. And just do one thing at a time. One new weekly practice to do every day at a time. Habituate that over 2 weeks or a month, whatever it is. Take it easy. Start with concentration without effort in prayer. That's the first thing you're going to do. And that's something unbreakable in the morning as part of your prayer rule. Unless lives are at stake. That's the time you're doing it. Pray for the time to do it. Pray for the Lord to help you find the time to do it. To get up to an hour, to slowly get up to an hour. Start small, work your way up. People are doing that. It's working for them. Working. The Lord's helping them. Because they're asking Him in the fellowship, right? It's not just me now. Other people, you know. And that's no surprise, is it? Because that's exactly what, you know, that's exactly what happens in the tradition. Oh wait, where are we going again? And so that's key as well. Unseen Warfare also recommends that giving thanks for everything. Oh, it's this. No, it's to the left or to this way. Could go this way. I'll go this way. See what this beach has for us. Unseen Warfare recommends giving thanks for, or raising yourself to the fact that the Lord provides that good ultimately. Every time. Listen. Every time you hear a bird song, recognize that ultimately that good is grounded, that song is grounded in the Lord. Right? Anytime you come across it, start becoming watchful. The light that you see, that's just one little thing that helps a great deal. A big part of the morning practice actually, like I said, it dissolves the modern being that you were, and He does, washes your feet. And so all these things collaborate together, but the Lord reawakens you, resurrects you to find Him in everything. But also at the same time, as your spiritual experience becomes a fact of your experience eventually. Seeking truth. Like we say with the epistemic principle, they're different spiritual faculties. The heart, the loving heart, the heart of Emmaus, the gift of tears, the spiritual touch, as it's called. These different aspects of mysticism collaborate like the five senses do. And so what happens is also, you know, when you hear something, you're thinking about something, and then a bird, or you've been praying and a bird comes at that exact time. A lot of time that's a coincidence, but when you've been doing these depth practices, when you've been watchful for everything, watchful of your spirit and your being, watchful of what's happening with you, outside of you, in the world and inside of you, in the world and inside of you, in the body as well, right? Remember, the prayer of the heart involves the heart eventually, right? So we better pay attention also to our body, right? And what happens. But also what we see and hear, no matter, whatever's given though, not what we think is just the object and what's just the subject, whatever we see, don't take for granted, right? You know, what's this music of the spheres talked about by Pythagoras? Music of the angeloi. You know, in the tradition we see people talk about the music of the heavens and angeloi. Inner music, what might that mean? You'll experience that in the depth of prayer, my friends. But you might think it's insignificant because you've heard it before or whatnot, or it might be some tune playing. But anyway, I'm not going to go into that. I talk about that in other lectures anyway, the phenomenology that we experience. In the depth though, it's different. The Lord speaks very subtly. especially to begin with your moral development in mind. It's pretty cool, isn't it? This going into the depths. Going in to the green, down the green path. And so, that wind, that eternal, cool peace, waters and breath of peace, the breath, peace be upon you, and the Lord breathed on them. Wind, pay attention to that, right? Again, often coincidence, but when you've got all the other spiritual things happening, that do happen, it collaborates. You can ask him, oh, was that, right? Was that you, Lord, right? Because you can discern that. You've learned how to do that over time. Again, this is a long period of time, but I'm just saying that there's an epistemic principle, there's a truth criterion here, that over time it's cohesive using the idealist criterion of truth. All these slow things reveal themselves to be internally or consistent, right? Is that eventually, because eventually you'd go, well, hang on, if it was just arbitrary, eventually these things wouldn't align. You'd think, well, I guess that wasn't him, was it? Because the bird did this at that time, and that doesn't align with this other time that it was to do with whatever subject you're thinking about, right? But more and more, it becomes more clear. This isn't a woolly mysticism we're talking about here. This is a clear thinking, whilst being deeply enlivened with the Lord. Wow, look at this, bro. Look where I take you. Look at it. I think we've found our spot, right? Yeah, this is our spot. This is it. Right here on this table. That's where we're going. We've got a little bit of water. We can fill up our bottle again. Yeah. Clear epistemic principle. In clarity. Over time, though, the mystery is revealed by the Lord to you over time. When you're watchful, when you're very careful. Because, right, why are we doing this concentration with prayer? We're doing it because the Lord whispers to begin with, right? He doesn't try to blow you away like the devil does. And, you know, that's part of this. This depth life, you have to have courage too, because there's no salvation without temptation. You're going to have to face, eventually, the false Holy Spirit, the devil, right? If you didn't, guess where you would? You'd be falling to temptation without knowing it. If you didn't deal with them, that would be bad. But anyway, it's not something that's happening all the time, but it is, it's something you have to be aware of, and the saints talk about that too, right? You've got to be uber careful, ultra careful. Yeah, we'll go here. This is perfect. This is perfect. 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 It's probably not going to have shade for very long though. Maybe there's one with more shade. If only it was under there. It's never perfect, is it? It's never perfect. It might be a bit more shady over the other side for longer. What if it's here? Yeah, maybe here. Yeah, it'll be shady for longer here. Yes. Happy. That's what we wanted, wasn't it, friends? There's not much modesty, you know, with the kind of things people wear these days. Gosh, golly gosh, right? Golly, oh golly. Not much left to the imagination. Okay. Okay. That's what we're talking about. Oh, that was falling over. It's just the book. It's all good. That's a beautiful day. Okay. Let's have a little bit of caffeine. That's actually one thing that you could do. Because I'm just hoping this camera is not going to be lifted by I don't think it's enough, the wind's enough power to lift that over. That's one thing you could do. I actually used to drink coffee, but I prefer to just have a caffeine thing rather than bothering with the bitter coffee. Keep away from the milk, right? But is that a comfort? I guess it's a vice. I'd have to think about that more. But you don't want to be taking anything else in terms of if you're, because a lot of people get sleepy in the morning. You've got to get enough sleep before doing your morning prayers and your morning practice. I know it's hard. Can I tell you something that might help you get to bed on time? A lot of people use their computer. Set yourself a resolution, but make it not abstract. Don't make it go to bed on time. That's abstract, isn't it? Well, what does that mean? What's the action I perform? I can't actually just switch myself off, can I? But what is the action you can just do? We're looking for things that are just simple to do, especially when we're so abstracted in modernity. What I can do is I can close the laptop, right? I can roll over and close eyes at 9:30. That's one helpful thing. As you become purified by the Lord, as the Lord washes your feet more and you do the practice more for longer, 3 months, 6 months to a year, Unseen Warfare talks about setting of resolution. Unseen Warfare, the collaboration between East and West, and so does actually Steiner. I'm not an anthroposophist, but he said a lot of good things. I don't care if we caught flack for reading his book. I think there's a lot of helpful stuff in there. And so does Valentin Tomberg, but he's not right about everything. But resolutions become more than just this top-down thing. Because the Lord's resurrecting and enlivening your being, you're no longer this arbitrary, you're more objective, you're more connected to the conscience of the world. You're more Him, He's more in you. What does that mean? It means that your thought's not dead anymore, because true thought actually is it's the connection of willing, feeling, and thinking at the same time. That's a true ideal idea, right? It's all from Western philosophy. They become, and some psychology, some death psychology, and some esotericism, right? And that's what Tomberg is. Tomberg is Catholic, he's a Catholic esotericist though as well. But, of course we make no, that's up front. And so, what are we saying? Damn. Unseen warfare, practice. Setting a resolution. We think that's just something we write and then we never do, right? On New Year's Eve, we set a resolution. I set a resolution on New Year's Eve. And I do not do it the next day. We become more enlivened, and so too do our resolutions. Our ideas, our thoughts are actually have a valuative push. They're filled with life and spirit, unseen, but what that means is that little by little, because the Lord's resurrected you as well, and because you also, say you set a resolution, you say to yourself, you write it down, I resolve to, think what those words are when you break apart the compound, I resolve to, it doesn't perfectly work every time. This is later on, after you've done the practice for a long time, these things change. But a resolution, you get to know what a real resolution is. Resolution, resolution. I resolve to, well, it helps too, not eat the peanut butter at night. I resolve to, yes, but you don't, it's not an oath. An oath, setting an oath, making an oath in the world is satanic. I know that sounds strange, right? I promise to you, King of Kings, that I will bring this person to justice. Or like, really promise to you. You're trying to enforce externally. It's trying to create a spiritual system outside to govern if you do or don't do something. The Christian is just yes or no, and then you do it, and you keep to your word. Right? There's yes and no, there's no in between. But to your resolution's different. That's just you. That's fine. And so you say that, I will, this week, I will resolve to do the practice every morning at this time, very specific, this amount of time, this here. I resolve to do that. Say it, and then pray to the Lord to help you. Don't swear an oath to him. Resolve to do it. You're just resolving and then asking for help to do it. Praying to the Lord for help to do it. And you'll find the further you go on with this, the more that there's something unseen that simply aids you to do the thing that you resolve to do. It's not just this sort of empty goal. It's vitalized by virginal Zoe, not Nietzschean vitalism. Virginal Zoe is in your very thought, because the Lord's resurrecting it in you. How wonderful. And a lot of people might have trouble with sins, right? Like, having trouble doing this or that. The Lord, it's not just you become more Christ reliant, right? You begin asking him. You just have to do a little bit, and the Lord will help you the rest of the way. He'll grant you grace. If you do the withdrawal, if you do the concentration without effort in prayer every morning, as part of the prayer rule, whatever else you're doing in your prayer rule, fine. Add this though. It's so crucial. So crucial. It's a crucial center to everything that we're talking about. Of course, you have to do the rest of the moral development, but it's center to everything that we're talking about. Do it, please. Everyone that's watching, just do it. Others have in the members, fellowship members. Great friend Bram on a pilgrimage right now through Spain has been doing this practice the whole time. How wonderful! How wonderful! Went from the Netherlands all the way, that famous walk. He's walked with his tent and he's been, how wonderful. Just like the Way of the Pilgrim. He read that book too. Way of the Pilgrim. How wonderful. Every day doing his practice, going to the churches, doing his prayers, practices, and it's begin to come alive and awake for him. Because he was patient, right? But you get impatient. One gets impatient, you just keep doing it. You're seeking the truth. Things are happening beneath of what you're aware of. Brought about by him. Thank God for that. There is a way, his way, the one way, the narrow way. I'm just trying to think through if there are any other practices there that we haven't sort of mentioned. After I do my morning practices, what I'll do is you can confess it to your parish or to your priest. But if I sin, I'll confess immediately as well, and right after my practice. Keeps me aware of what I'm doing wrong. Keeps me aware of it, and what is or isn't a sin, right? Helps me keep more watchful. But also, you could like this is another thing I do. I contemplate the passion, right? The different steps of the passion. Foot washing, scouring, crowning of thorns, the bearing of the cross, nailing to the cross, and the 7 things that Christ said. I'll think through those every day and what happened, right? Of course, the first one being, forgive them, Father, they know not what they do. The second being the man on the left saying, remember me when you come into your kingdom, Lord. And of course, the Lord saying, truly, today you'll be with me in paradise. Man. And son, this is your mother. Mother, this is your son. Of course, to Mary and John. The God, God, why have you forsaken me? The I thirst. And of course the vinegar. Again, these things are very symbolic, and understandings of these things will be slowly become helped. The Lord helps you understand them better too. You can pray for a better understanding of his passion and what happened with that in the resurrection. And of course, Father, into your hands I commend my spirit, and it is finished. And of course, the entombment, burial, the resurrection, the risen Christ and the different things Christ says, right? As of course, in the tomb, is it Mary and the other Mary, and then thinking through what the risen Christ says to the apostles as well. All very important stuff that insights can come to you through contemplating. I do that each day. It doesn't take very long. It's just things. What he says to John and Peter. Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Feed my sheep. And also remembering that, well, there's different things in the Greek too, right? It's agape to begin with, and then I think, is it the brotherly love version after that? And then, you do really realize what goes on. It's like, here's an insight, is that when the risen Christ comes through the first time, peace be with you, and then he breathes on them. I mean, I think you can see, just like he says in the miracle, you have seen me, paraphrasing him, you have seen me and you've seen me. You've seen me through the depths faculties, right? The glory that I awaken, and you've seen me with your surface sense. You could say that's also in those 2 last things. Is that the second time he appears, he's clearly showing his body to touch. But or at the least, in the first time he appears, it's also in the depths, right? It's something you can experience. The breathing on you is something you can experience in the depths, right? John's gospel is really a mystic gospel. It's so many things he's talking about relate to what the mystic actually experiences. That's what the apostles were granted. Which you can, of course, see in St. Paul. Incredible. And that's so important, though, right? Because it becomes the risen Christ, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. We only have a relation to the apostles through teacher to teacher to teacher, that they experienced him directly with the surface senses, right? And so St. Paul didn't, though, but he experienced, he is experiencing Christ. That's Christ, the Christ, risen Christ, no less than when he was before he resurrected, right? And so you're called to do to reach the same thing. We're all called to be saints, right? I'm a nobody, man. Can't stress that enough. That's also another practice you can use. But the devil will try and make you think you're something or someone, you know. Nah, I'm special, right? Unseen warfare helps a lot with that. I'd only recommend this once you've really gone through a lot of, had some experience of a lot of 6 months in or whatnot. But maybe you could do it otherwise, but I just don't want people to be completely ungrounded by... it helps you reach Christ reliance and just to slowly break down the false frame of self-reliance. And this is when some thought comes to you that, I'm proud of that. What an amazing thing I did. You know, just little temptations. So many things that you think are okay in modernity are actual little temptations and propping ups of pride. You don't know how many little helpings the Lord has helped you with so many graces even before you were in recognition of this. So many things. Even all the forces are provided by him anyway. But what you do is simply say, I'm nothing, right? The little temptation tries it. That's a way of doing sort of the opposite, like we mentioned earlier. Unseen warfare also recommends that, is that some temptation that I'm proud of that or this, I'm nothing. Or the opposite, and of course, you know, that was all the Lord or collaborated with the Lord. And you're getting into that in proper mode. You get into his telos, his purposive context, by thanking him is about the personal relationship, because he does provide these things, right? But you're eating Satan's bread to begin with. You're turning stones into bread with your calculative intellect. You're moving into a mode where you're instead asking for him to intervene, to help you. You're Christ relying, not self-relying. You're not turning stones into bread anymore. That's what collaboratively brings you into his context. And of course I have to keep saying collaborative, right? Because you don't bring it about by doing that. But asking him brings you into his context. He grants it. And it may look to you as the same thing on the outside, or that was a stroke of luck. Or I was successful that time in that speech and that speaking. Well, guess what? You know, I might leave those in, actually. Oh, maybe I'll take them out and charge them, if there's any battery left in this. Yeah, I'll leave them in. Separates me a little from the passers-by, abstracts me from the passers-by. A little bit. What were we saying? And that's where we were, friends. I mean, you can see that anyway. I don't need to move the camera to it, do I, if I'm pointing? Where is it? Over there. Oh, maybe you can't see it. Oh no, you should be able to, right? It's just there. Yeah, I think you can probably see that. Anyway. Lovely view. What a lovely view. What were we saying? I better check the old chats, eh? Sorry, friends. 3:30. We're about 4 hours in, I think. We started. Oh, maybe we didn't. We probably didn't start. Anyway, we're going to get it the full 5 hours today. I'm going to try to do our segment as well. So I'll read our book for an hour. But we were making a good point there, which is Christ reliance, not self-reliance. Let me just look at the chats there. That's better, yeah. says, Hail Mary, full of grace, blessings in the name of Christ our Lord. Absolutely, ZZZ. Good to see you as always. Thanks for taking us for a walk along the way, spiritually and IRL, via the land down under. Indeed. It's interesting actually, because personally I have no particular beef with the Jews. It's Islam that I utterly detest. Oh, the juice, yeah. Look, we can go into that issue at some other time. Blue light blocking for at least 3 hours before bedtime helps. So did cold showers before bed. Yeah. Getting to sleep, that's right. Although if I shut my laptop and rolled over, I wouldn't be watching right now. Yeah, that's true. It says, Hail Mary, full of grace. Yeah, the juice. That's a good code word. That's better than the J's, right? The J's is too obvious. There are things, right? I got no, I will good to them, to come to Christ. Actually, Steiner says this, and you can take this, that there's a myth of the wandering juice. The wandering juice is an old myth, and it's actually, he takes it as a true spiritual being, and it's a stand-in for the man that tries to become God by a law, by like technical means, right? That's why they're so involved with the worldly, the money. It's kind of like the golem. It's the wandering spirit that is unsatisfied, that became immortal under its own esteem. I mean, I'm not going to go into this subject, right? But there was one. They're not the juice. They're not the juice from the Bible, for one. That is, there was a purpose, it was fulfilled, and now it is simply, they have no more purpose than any other ethnic group. It's just another ethnic, just like as individuals. Now the chosen are those who come to, it's the church. That's the chosen, and come to Christ. That's the chosen. So just as with the individual, so too is it for ethnic groups. There's no purpose more. Of course, the Lord has a use for, he wants to use the Anglo-Saxons for this and for that, and he certainly used to send his Ungoloi, because Ungoloi are in charge of folk groups, essentially. You've got a demon, which is the surface collective organism that an ethnic group is, the sort of Satanized version of it, right? But there's also an essential one that would send impulses. Joan of Arc, right? What led Joan of Arc? Definitely an Ungoloi involved in that. That kind of more unconscious leading is no longer done. It's up to us to find the Lord, and he'll guide us, right? You have to do the work though. It's like we're in such an age where we have the access. Obviously we're very provoked, and like Father Seraphim Rose said, he's quite right about, although I'm not sectarian like he was, as sectarian. He said, what was it? Damn it. The tortures that the martyrs faced that were physical are probably going to be psychological now. But also we've got great access to. How amazing. When you look at the dark stuff that the Way of the Pilgrim talks about, that he goes through just to keep his beautiful relationship with these very living saints that are in the Philokalia. And that's another thing that becomes apparent. The living saints. It's no longer a graveyard anymore. The Church Triumphant becomes a real thing. Like venerating someone and then receiving very subtle, distinct impulses from them, let's say. Spiritual touch, let's say. In the heart, felt in the heart too. As a physical reality, not just a motiveness, both at the same time. This is later. I'm just saying that it becomes more and more realized as a fact of experience. That Church Triumphant is really there helping. And sometimes miracles happen. I think that there was one I reposted recently, a Romanian Orthodox posted one. There was a monk that appeared, and those sort of apparitions, I really hate that word. There's got to be another word. That's a really rare thing for them to be you could call it a true hallucination, in the sense that it's something that projects, but it's from the Church Triumphant, right? It's not, because what's sort of like objectivized, a UFO is a demonic one, right? That's a it's like a objectivized, but one's true and they're both realized, but one's true. Because that's all the demon is, of course, right? It's like they're not essentially true. They're realized in facticity and temporality. They're realized. They act here. They don't ultimately have essence, though. Ultimately. So. Just there. I thought they didn't recognize where their dog was. Anyway. All right, let's get started on our book. Read it for a little while. Yeah, Steiner has some, not right about everything. We're also, I'm not, as you know, an anthroposophist, but there's some things of value here. I also am esotericist as well, you could say, or it's something that we examine. Now, I don't know if this was the place in the book that we were last time. Always be discerning when you're recognising these books, or you recognise them when you're reading them. So where were we? Spiritual kingdoms and human self-knowledge, that's the part. These are human. Now, yeah, I mean, look, Steiner is not right about everything. He's definitely not right about everything. But you can't deny the elegance of his angelology and that he loved Christ. And that it doesn't align with the Purification, Illumination union, what he's talking about with the dissolving of the imagistic, the inspiration and intuition. You know, as with these things, go with the tradition until you can discern something. But anyway, this is where we are. Use the epistemic principle. I'm just not sure where we are here. He's sort of talking about how the three hierarchies manifest the unconscious as well as the physical world. Now, when he's describing that, he's saying how the first and second hierarchies are related to that. He's got whole books about angelology, about how these, the hierarchy of Dionysus and what they do. I mean, like I said, you can't deny it is, the angelology is cohesive. Whether it's true or not is up to you to discern, whatever, but it's something we're looking at. And so, we're just going to read it and see what it stimulates. Usually it's been a good stimulus. It's not going to be immediately understandable. That's okay. Because, you'd have to tune into every live stream we're talking about here. So, but it might be a good stimulus, because it has been in the past. I don't care what people think about me reading this. I'm going to continue. So, as soon as one approaches the higher components of the human being, the vital and psychological bodies, he calls it, which is unconscious. That's all that is. And the I organization, meaning your I, meaning this I here. He feels impelled to seek the relation of man to the beings of the spiritual realms or the hierarchies. Only the physical body organization can be illumined by the three physical kingdoms of nature. He's just he's saying that you can't get an illumination or an understanding of these things from what's available in facticity, in what the surface sense provides. Cosmic intelligence is integrated in the human being in the vital unconscious or body. This is unseen by you, tied up with your vital forces. You know, we're aware there is an unconscious. You know, that's where, this is where the demons get you from, right? It's both benevolent and malevolent until you're purified, right? It's ultimately, the Holy Spirit is emanation. But beneath that, right? In between temporal spiritual, that's what these are, the psychological unconscious and the vital unconscious, where the leftovers, we've called this before, what has been still persists in the unconscious of history, memory, but there's a wider memory for the whole, not just the whole planet, it's the whole, people talk about Earth. Steiner uses Earth, talks about Earth periods. What it really is facticity. It's the whole physical universe is Earth, like in the sense of surface, physical. Anyway. In order for this to happen, this cosmic intelligence, this is the Angeloi, by the way. He's talking about cosmic intelligence. The Lord works through his Angeloi in influencing things, right? Angels have jobs. An archangel is a group, it's a wider group. Everyone has an individual angel is one person. A time, epoch is the next hierarchy up, arch-I. And so he mentions that Michael later on has become, this is like Christian esotericism. It's like Michael has become the epochal after Christ incarnated, became an epochal, was a folk angeloi or angel, and became the age. Anyway, Michael, very important. That's why there's a Michael Mass, right? Very important angel. But they're just letting it stimulate us, because it's the idea that it can be unpacked completely and reading these different guidelines. You have to read a lot of it I'll unpack what I can just let it stimulate what it stimulates of what's more understandable of the tradition, right? And so in order for this to happen, the activity of cosmic beings is required, who, cooperating, shape the vital unconscious, just as the physical forces shape the physical. So just saying there's things going on and being shaped. You're shaped beyond you. Plenty of philosophers talk about this after he has. And you consider him a philosopher as well. He is a philosopher as well. In the unconscious, you could consider it like a whirlpool. Demons, you're not just protected, right? Demons, the things you observe, temptations come to you are not subjective. They can be, but spiritual attack, that's the problem with modernity. We think it's just my thought. It's just some thing. I can't escape this loop, this habit I'm in. Well, you know what will help you? Deprogramming. You see it's like I was saying before. What's this thing that's given to me? Maybe I shouldn't make assumptions about where this thought comes from. What if it's from outside? What if it's something objective, right? And sometimes it is. A lot of the time it is, right? Demons. People are getting it. Tucker Carlson's getting it. Demons are real. Recognize that your thought is not protected somehow. I mean, it is to a degree. Christ does protect it for everyone from invasion from the will, because that's what will to power wants to do. Satan wants to fundamentally invade thought, but at least there is a sense of objectivity. You can sense make. We're at least given that for the intellect, the Lord, even though we have to go through the moral purification, because he's not going to force us. We're free, right? It's the prodigal son, and he's the father of the prodigal son. He's not going to force us to accept him. But at the same time, there are some things that aren't allowed unless someone goes to the depth of depravity, and then you find that there's an invasion from the will, and that's what Satan wants to do, invade. So he wants your thought to be merely an extension, an epiphenomena, like as a fact, right, of your desires. He just wants it to be a provoking of his will, or your desire. So it's invaded fundamentally. And this will to power is the governor of everything. You're no longer sort of in between good and evil, trying to work towards the good at all, right? He wants you just to be, that's to invade the thought and consciousness from the will up. So he's imbuing your very thought with this low desire and lust until it becomes like that. There's no escape. That's his goal for this age. Anyway. And so that's why we're doing this, right? That's why this depth aspect of the church, it's becoming imperative now to ask for the Lord's help, Christ reliance. And we haven't ever had better access to the depth aspect of the church, the depth of things, than we do now. It's an opportunity and a great threat at the same time. And so interesting. It's like the next guideline, 74. The spiritual world impresses moral impulses in the human being. And it's almost the opposite of what we're saying, right? Evil impulses, that he wants it just to be an extension, the intellect to be an extension of dark will impulse. But anyway, it's just funny how that's related. Their effectiveness depends on the activity of beings who not only think the spiritual, but also essentially shape it. 75. In the I organization, man experiences himself in the physical body as spirit. Interesting. In order for this to happen, the activity of beings is necessary who themselves live in the physical world as spiritual beings. In order for this to happen, the activity of beings is necessary who themselves live in the physical world as spiritual beings. I don't know what he means there. In the organization, man experiences himself in the physical body as spirit. Yeah, I mean, that's what we were saying earlier today. We were saying that mind, even for the modern, we are this knowing of this being that's given to us here, that we see. Our knowledge is, our memory is knowledge of it, right? It's the knowing of being, and then actually makes the person that we are. We're both the historical being, it goes back in time, right? That is, the memory itself, when we're dealing with it, is spirit. It's just been de-spirit. It's been technicalized, abstracted. And so here in the physical body, experiencing the physical senses, that part I get. In order for this to happen, the activity of beings is necessary who themselves live in the physical world as spiritual beings. I guess that makes sense. The activity of beings is necessary who themselves live in the physical world as spiritual beings. I mean, it could be he's being more fundamental about saying other people. I mean, because we are spiritual beings, right? Ultimately, anyway. Now, it says how these guidelines are to be used. I don't think that's worth talking about. His essential viewpoint really is it's a motive. It's to contemplate, and his objective is to vitalize, with virginal, vitalize in terms of resurrection, right? You know, he's experiencing in his practice resurrection of his inner life. He often talks about St. Paul in that as well, right? He's experienced that, and he doesn't want others. And this is what happened, unfortunately, with his anthroposophy, because he separated it from the church, probably for other reasons of whatever the time was. That it became, I think you'll find most of the people that just aren't mentioning Christ, these anthroposophists, right? Like you go to their channels, people that might talk about it, and if you control F and look through the transcript, Christ probably isn't mentioned once. But that's not the case for Steiner. Steiner, it's all central to, it's all Christ, right? But even he probably doesn't mention it enough. And so, what were we saying? Well, he's fundamentally trying to get people to do it. Go towards the depth life. Find Christ. Don't just read what I'm saying. Don't just listen to what we're saying. And that's what we need to do now, actually. Just forgetting him for a moment. It's about the depth life. You've got to allow the things that are being said to be what they're supposed to be. Take it at most as a phenomenology. If you're getting a sense that there's some authority in what I'm saying, beyond, because how can you really justify it, right? You can compare it with the tradition, what I say. That if you take, if you sense something in what I'm saying as authentic, not just that, he believes it, he just believes it, but is there something else there in what I'm saying, in the way I'm saying it, beyond just me being, because someone could just seem certain, right? There should be authority, some other impulse that comes along with it, right? If someone is authentically, like we've mentioned earlier, when Gandalf the White comes again, he has authority. It's not just a certainty in what he believes. Some acolyte of Sauron can have that certainty. Saruman has that certainty. He has something else. He has something else. The good's with him. You should, is there authority there? That's what true authority is, right? True spirit. Is the true spirit with him? Is Christ with him? And all I can say is that I do notice that some people notice this, some people don't. You can kind of tell it in the comments as well. You can tell it in the comments. Some people in the mode of combative will to power. Anyway, Gandalf the White, right? I can't even remember why we're talking about that. But let's go on to the next. 76. If one wishes to evoke a mental image of the first hierarchy, he's using symbols to try express what these things do. It's not an imaginative exercise like it's not something, I think that Orthodoxy's advice about this is very good. Like it's, you need a lot of purification before you start. It's fine for you to think about a symbol, but in terms of like imaginative exercises, the imaginative is something that just like a thought can be co-opted. When you're sent to thought temptation, you can't control it, right? The temptation is just sent to you, a thought's sent to you. It's not you, it's a demon, and you reject it. And you can't stop them, right? There are periods of temptation that they're allowed. And it's also, you're praying for discernment. The Lord wants to show you as well what it is. Like, here's Satan. Here's what he feels like. Here's him tempting you. Almost in a safe area. That's what your morning practice is. It's also a safe area where you're moving towards him, and there's enough time there for you to be tempted as well, and then be, of course, I just mean in thought, it's not. There are other times, usually it'll be this is rare, but it's, like I said, there's no salvation without temptation. You'll experience things like the apostles on the boat, right? Cosmic forces, the devil, and of course Jesus' prayer, Lord's Prayer. Rare thing, but usually it's happened usually at night for me. But it's usually for a reason. It's so you can know the difference. If you're praying for that, discernment. You have to learn discernment. If you don't experience the other, you can't know what it is. When it's good to know. But you don't want to be experiencing that all the time, right? It generates fear by its nature. It's the numinous. And we've talked about this in a lecture before about the false Holy Spirit. We have to know these things and deal with them. As Teresa of Avila talks about this, the Philokalia talks about the phenomenology of demons and Satan as a numinous, right? They can both be numinous, but one comes with that serene peace, special peace. You can also be flooded by an attack of joy, right, on its own. You're like, ooh, this is like speed. It's like a speedy. It's right. That's when you know. That's spiritual deception, hardcore. And that's happened to me before, like a flood of that sort of joy, but it's like electric-y, slightly. Again, it's that serene peace is so crucial. Lord is peace be with you. And you could read the Philokalia to see the phenomena, writings on what the phenomena are. And also, St. Teresa of Avila, what she experienced is authentic, I think. So, anyway. One must try to form images in which the spiritual, the transcending the senses, only transcendently visible, is actively manifested in the form in which they appear in the sense world. The spiritual as sense perceptible imagery must be the content of our thoughts about the first hierarchy. Spiritual as sense perceptible imagery. I mean, he's talking about here, it's not that relevant for us, honestly. You don't need to seek the comprehensive, especially the visionary. You don't need to perform an angelology, but it is spiritual as sense perceptible imagery must be the content of our thoughts about the first hierarchy. He's just basically saying that which transcends the senses has to be the content of the thoughts about the first hierarchy, or else they're not connected to the first hierarchy. So forget image, you're not interacting with the first hierarchy with the surface senses. You're interacting with expressions of what they do, symbols of what they do. So in the angels act in language and through study, but you do see them phenomenologically. Like you have to say, like I've said, when St. Bonaventura says angels are recognized in the while studying, that's true. You'll see them in the kind of, remember how Christ says in the miracle, you have seen me and then seen me. It's another active imagination. It's another transparent sort of sight. And Valentin Tomberg talks about this. And you just see it, it's just like a very transparent movement over a certain word, guiding. Oh, and then you might ask, what's that? I wonder if it's about that word, right? It's little things you might notice during the day. If you're doing the practice, if you're doing deep prayers, right? There's a fount of life in what St. Bonaventura says. And so, but that basic little imagination is a sign of the interaction with the first hierarchy. Oh, well, hang on. Now, he's talking about the first hierarchy. He's talking about seraphim. I'm talking about the third hierarchy, but anyway. 77. If one wishes to evoke a mental image of the second hierarchy, the Kyriotes, Dionis, and Exusii, one must try to form images in which the spiritual is manifested not in sense perceptible forms, but in a purely spiritual way. The spiritual in non-sense perceptible, purely spiritual imagery must be the content of thoughts about the second hierarchy. So he's saying non-sense perceptible forms. Not sure how helpful this is, but let's just see what it stimulates. It's don't have to accept it, we're just reading it. 78. If one wishes to evoke a mental image of the third hierarchy, the archai, archangeloi, angeloi, one must try to form images in which the spiritual is manifested neither in sense perceptible forms nor in a purely spiritual way, but rather as thinking, feeling, and willing act in the human soul. The spiritual as psychic, as unconscious soul imagery must be the content of thoughts about the third hierarchy. Yeah, okay. Yep. It's just the things we experience in thinking, feeling, and willing are connected with that first hierarchy. Yes. That makes sense. I think what he was saying in that previous one is the imagery you evoke isn't to be like the forms of we recognize here. The imagistic, again, it's something to, it's always only ever a secondary phenomena. The primary is the unseen, is spiritual touch, which is uncreated, right? Uncreated energies, spiritual touch, is the ground of mysticism. And the heart are the prime. And I talk about this in the epistemic principle. As Valentin Tomberg talks about, I'm just saying this because people will be critical of Steiner talking about image and imaginations. And, he also saw. It's something that can contribute in a secondary way towards something, the act of imagination, but it shouldn't be taken as the primary. And it isn't in the epistemic principle we use, right? I think people are too obsessed with vision. I'll say in Catholicism there's too much adherence to wanting a vision, or it's secondary and not reliable. The imagination can be co-opted, and is, right? Just like a thought is, like some profane image will pop into your head or whatever. Do I still have that umbrella? F, I left it somewhere, didn't I? Oh, I left it. Oh no, I left it on that lawn where I went and got a drink. You bastard. It might be okay. We'll see if it rains. Oh poo. And so, secondary. But if you have authentic faith, don't overlook anything. Like miracles out in facticity, things you see, coincidences, these are things you can ask the Lord to see. Again, it begins to take on a cohesive... Ooh. Is that thunder? Or is that a plane? Ooh-la-room. Isn't that cool? Look at this. It's like an arcing, fast-moving cloud here. You might get a storm later. Keep the stream on. Why not? Why not, friends? Why not? How cool is this, right? It's like a quiet area. Very nice. I think that's Manly over there. Okay, well, moving on from that. They're like guidelines for people that are contemplating such things, and most of the people that are around him don't really know how to, or can't do that anyway. It's like a quarter of a lifetime worth of experience to be able to. But let's read what he has to say here. At the dawn of the Mycalic age, he believes that it is a. He believes that it's we're in the Mycalic age. He's the angel of this epoch. Why is that? Well, you can kind of see, right, why Michael Mass is important. Why is he slaying the dragon? Who is the dragon? That's Satan. That's AI, right? Fundamentally, you could say he's a guiding spirit for the age we're in, for people who seek the depths, to lead. Wow. Hear that thunder, everyone? Cool. To lead. That is a fast-moving cloud. Look at that there. It's just going like a dragon. As we talk about Satan, right? Michael. And so it's not like that era where St. Joan of Arc, that was more like an automatic intervention. As we've been granted a lot of freedom to choose the Lord, right? We have a lot of opportunity to be almost abstracted from the world. With cars, with ease of having access to food. We're not as struggling. Well, the Lord will provide for you anyway, like he provided for the way of the pilgrim. All he wanted was enough bread to be able to continue his unceasing prayer. And the Lord provided that, and the philokalia to him. And so too will he provide for you. It won't be all the riches that you want. It's what you need, though. If you seek him and the depths. Look how moody this is. Ooh. She's angry, friends. Okay. Moody. And so you can see in that symbolism how important he is for now. Is the serpent not rising, friends? AI, come on. It's pretty... Let's make sure the stream's still going. Pretty clear that the serpent's here, right? And so Michael's got to be important. Oh wow, you really can see that cloud I was talking about here. I'll give you a bit more of it and less of me. Maybe you can have a little bit more sky. There we go. Although, maybe not too much. There we go. Okay, cool. Still working. Okay. Well, let's just read him and I'll see what comes back to me. I know a little bit about Michael in terms of what he's doing now what his mission is. I mean, I've got an icon of Michael. I venerate him. Ultimately, I pray to, of course, Christ, but and Mary, and I ask Mary to pray for me. I venerate Mary, and ask her to pray to the Lord for me. That's what I do with her, to the mother. But ultimately, Christ. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, so at the dawn of the Michael Age, up until the 9th century, after the mystery of Golgotha, man's relation to his thinking was different than afterward. Relation to his thinking. Up until the 9th century, after the Lord's sacrifice and resurrection, man's relation to his thinking was different. Up until the 9th century, after the mystery, after the resurrection, man's was different than afterward. That seems like a translation error. It was different than afterward. Immediately afterward, maybe that means. He did not feel that the thoughts which lived in his mind were of his own making. Maybe it meant to be translated before. He did not feel that the thoughts which lived in his mind were of his own making. Oh, different than after the 9th century. So before the 9th century, he didn't feel as much. And this is sort of what we were talking about a little. He didn't feel like his thoughts were of his own making. That's an issue in modernity. We think we make them. They're not. It's actually true. He considered them to be inspirations from a spiritual world. Even, and this is true, I agree with what he's saying here, when he had thoughts, and that thesis, his thesis, just take it philosophically, he's right, and how, look at the artwork and how artwork changes. The being fundamentally changes about how people, what's given. You check that with Heidegger, with Jung. There's a good Western philosophers here. Wow, how moody is this? Hopefully I don't get struck by lightning, but the rain's coming. I can see it over here. I love a good storm. I love a good storm. I guess they probably never would say that in these former times. Only a decadent modern would say, I love a storm, right? Because I'm completely protected from it. Doo-doo-doo, on the golf course. Doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo. We're okay there. Hopefully it provides a nice atmosphere for you. Look at people turning on their lamps. I'll probably have to go, what do I do with the camera? Maybe I'll have to go close to the tree since I bloody left my umbrella back there. Son of a gun. How far is it away? How far was that? That was, yeah, it's way too far away. That's unfortunate. That's all right though, we'll pack it away and put it in the bag if we have to, but for now, it's okay. He did not feel that the thought which lived in his mind were of his own making. He considered them to be inspirations from a spiritual world, even when he had thoughts deriving from his sense perceptions. These thoughts were, for him, revelations from the divine, which spoke to him through the senses. Okay, so up until the 9th century, man's relation to his thinking was different than after the 9th. Okay. 9th century, I mean, that's it's still long ago. Maybe, I reckon that's reasonable. I mean, I think I would have thought further back for this, but whoever has spiritual vision will understand this feeling, for when a spiritual reality informs his soul, he never feels that he has formed the thoughts needed to grasp the spiritual perception, but he envisions the thoughts which are contained in the perception as objectively as the perception itself. That's a really interesting way of putting it. When we understand active imagination, what Jung talks about with that, and we understand that's true of what you experience. Remember we said phenomenologically, what's given, what's sent. The further you go in this process, it becomes more a throwing here. What you might have thought was just some loose, abstracted, kind of black and white, weak mind picture. It's something that becomes a very realized object throwing hither. what I mean by throwing hither is this weird language Scott's using. Throwing hither. I'm giving you Anglo-Saxon, friend. Throwing here. Another word for it's object. But you go, well, don't you mean physical matter? No, I mean it's throwing hither, but it's not just loose imagination. It's like a transparency over that you can actually see more clearer when you're blinking or when your eyes are closed. But it's as an object. It's realized. You don't control it. Jung put it this way. I think he said that because you're also becoming less subjective through your practices, right? What is the numinous? He's talking about what you see here, but what is something you see, this object, it's not under your control. You don't just switch it off. Wow, did you see that lightning? We've got a bit of a show coming, friends. Hey, yeah. Okay, happy day. Ominous rumbling of the cosmos. Physical. Cool. We got it right here. It's right here. Can you see that? Where's my hand? Can't see. Here. Cool. I love a good storm. Okie dokie. Now, are we going to get rained on though? I guess we are. Go. Hide next to the tree. It might be a bit too high, right? Oh shit, it's starting to rain. What to do? Damn, I had that damn umbrella too. Such a shame. Are these the highest trees around here? No, there's buildings, right? There's buildings. Nah, we'll be right. I'm not on the tree anyway. Damn, this sucks, dude. Is there any cover? I can't see any. Yeah, pretty slim pickings. Let me look around, see what we can do here. We better find some cover. If I just had that umbrella, we could stay, but shame, it was pretty moody. All right, so we'll hopefully find somewhere where the camera won't get wet. I don't want to, I'd stay up against this tree, but I could get struck. I don't want to be stupid. I don't want to be stupid. There we go. All right. Oh no, it's a bit heavy. Where do we go? Over here. Oh dear. Oh wow, it's really starting to piss down. Just thinking what we do here. I'm just going to put the camera under my shirt. Oh, I got a little bit wet. Hopefully that doesn't do anything. Ah, it'll be alright. I've seen people use these cameras in pretty bad conditions, so hopefully that's it for the rain. I don't know, maybe not though. Maybe we should keep walking through and see if there's any other cover for us a bit further down. Probably not, right? Just have a look. I think we'll just go back to where we were, right? The trees will give us enough cover from the rain, I think. The storm part looks like it's past. Like moving fast, wasn't it? It's sprinkling now. See how wet it is over here. Although it looks like there might be like more rain coming. How wet is this is a question. Is the question. Yeah, it's actually not too wet. Could be worse. But actually it kind of looks like there's more rain coming. Yeah. Where are we? Sorry everyone. What do you do, eh? David Walker says, it's raining here in LA too. I don't have a sound. No, it actually kind of looks like it's clearing up over here. Depends which way it's blowing. It might be alright. Oh, I got a bit of water on the lens. Yeah. I guess I can dry that off. Hi everyone, I'll be back in a moment. Let me dry this camera off a little. Be back. We should be back. Oh no, is there more rain coming? That sucks. I don't know, it's hard to tell if it's blowing this way. No more thunder though. But where were we? We're talking about the old Michael. Just trying to see if I can sit down again. Looks like it's clearing up there. It's hard to tell. It's pretty nice soundtrack, isn't it? Bit of rain, bit of seagulls, little movement in the tree. Almost good. Almost good. This is almost passed over. We'll continue our reading. Or I could put the book down and just put the bag down, rather. I guess we could try read this while we stand, right? Where were we? And we were. Whoever has, what does he say? Whoever has spiritual vision will understand this feeling. For when a spiritual reality informs his soul, he never feels that he has formed the thoughts needed. Whoever has spiritual vision will understand this feeling. For when a spiritual reality comes in his soul, or the being that presents itself to you in the depths of prayer and in your practice, or even outside of it, right? Because it opens up and things are experienced outside, always using the epistemic principle, of course, but he never feels that he has formed the thoughts needed to grasp. The spiritual perception, but he envisions the thoughts which are contained in the perception as objectively as the perception itself. Yeah. Envisions the thoughts which are contained in the perception as objectively as the perception itself. What he's explaining is that things are sent. The Lord speaks to you, right? I think we can sit down now. I think. Yeah, I think it's past now. A bum. Get a bit wet. It's all right. Who cares? All right. You returned. Vale, Mary, John, and Chris Bennett. Not a bad spot, they called this. I guess this was their table lesson. Help them find repose in you, Lord. Okay. Here we are again. In our spot. In his spot, their spot. Thank you for your spot. Mary, John, and Chris Bennett, who are probably all past. And they're right, in a true Australian way. It's not a bad spot. That actually is very English too, naturally, right? To say the opposite of the thing. It's not calling it a good spot, it's saying it's not bad. It's actually a bad way of articulating. Oh shit, it's quite foggy, the lens now. Okay, we're in foggy London town. There's nothing I can do about it. I can clean it off, but I think there's some sunscreen on my shirt. It looks pretty good though. Happy with that. Happy with that. Happy with that. Production value. There we go. It's about my height. You're at about my head height, my eye height. And so where were we? Yeah, essentially it's the numinous objectifies you in that it's not switched off, it's not masterable by you. The Lord does it through gently hints. He doesn't force you, right? So that's also another way of knowing something's the false, in a sense, the false Holy Spirit. But the point is that it's rendered as an object. It's thrown here. It's not something that's part of your volitional will. It's just either. But it's known and experienced as an object, even though it's something that might be considered in or under throw. It appears as an object, a thing throwing here. What do I mean by throwing here? I just mean it's sending here. It's not subjective though. It's not just some it's a psychological fact. It's not arbitrary, right? These things also have forces too, like a force involved. I'm just talking about what the numinous is. I'm trying to give you a phenomenological description of what the numinous is. As seen, but then felt. And that's true of, when, like I said, the Lord's miracle, when he says, you've seen me, and you've, paraphrasing him obviously, seen me in front of your eyes, and also seen me. That's the depth, in the depths, the doxa that's granted, you've seen me. And so that speaks to when the Lord resurrects these parts of your being, you are able to see also. What does St. Teresa of Avila say? The eyes of the soul as a transparency over the normal, objective world. And these things can be, like I said, taken as secondaries that help confirm, along with what's primary, the loving heart and the trot heart, what's also called the fire of Emmaus, because it's what the apostles felt on the road to Emmaus, a burning heart, and spiritual touch, as we talk about, which is unseen, uncreated, right? That's why that's primary. And so that's basically what he's talking about there. With the 9th century, of course, such dates are to be understood as being approximate, the transitions occurring gradually, the spark of personal individual intelligence ignited. Man had the feeling, I form my thoughts. I form my thoughts. And this forming of thoughts became the most important element in his soul life. They weren't sendings. For them, later, they were sendings. And what he's also mentioned earlier, which we just sort of talked about, is that it becomes, your experience in the depths becomes more like what was automatically experienced in earlier times. This is what you're going back to. We want that, right? We want to get back to what the church fathers experienced, how being was for them, but also resurrected by Christ, not just how things generally were. But anyway. And this forming of thoughts, again, that's what he's saying, that we didn't form thoughts, they were sort of sendings, they were sent. For the Greeks, the ideas, if you go back far enough, the ideas were there with the things of the world as spirit, as objects, as sendings. It's hard to get your head around. Oh no, it's going to rain again. And this forming of thoughts became the most important element in his soul life, as it has become, so that the thinker saw the essence of human soul in intelligent behaviour. Oh dear. Raining again. Really, that needed that umbrella that I left. Oh, is it slowing down again? Yeah, I think it might be. Okay. What's the time here? Oh, yeah. The gentle waves rolling up on the shore. Okay, cool, the rain's stopping, sort of. Or is it? Anyway, we're at least enough under this tree that it's not smashing, it's not getting on the camera really. We'll keep going. So the thinkers saw, this is up until the 9th century, saw the essence of the human soul, or at least right on that point, in intelligent behaviour, rather than anything else. The thinking, propositional thinking, thought thinking, right? It's starting to become drier rather than a enlivened phenomenological life. Previously, they had an imaginative conception of the world. They didn't see its essence in the forming of thoughts, but in its participation in the spiritual content of the world. The further you go back, that becomes more true. They considered that, he says supersensible, I'm always going to translate that to transcendent, that transcendent of the senses. Spiritual beings were thinking in them, sending. They considered. You can see in how they write when you go back to those times, right? They're calling for the muse, praying to the Lord for help. Soul for them was what lives in man from the transcending, sensible, spiritual world. Soul for them was what lives in man from transcendent spiritual world. What lives. Soul for them was what lives in man. Lives into. From the moment one penetrates with perception into the spiritual world, he encounters authentic spiritual beings. According to ancient teachings, the power from which the thoughts about things flow, the power from which the thoughts about the things flow was Michael, says Rudolph. So authentic thought about the things of the world, properly informed anyway, not when it's, arbitrary, or even when it's not Aristotelian, when it's actually connected with the impulses from outside, impulses from the Lord, which through Michael, then it is You see what's been said there? According to the ancient teaching, the power from which the thoughts about things flow is Michael. He is the power that sends the flow of the thoughts. The name can be retained. For one can say, once human beings received the thoughts from Michael, Michael governed cosmic intelligence. Once human beings received from Michael, Michael governed cosmic intelligence or cosmic knowing, or the knowing of what's outside just an individual subject, right? From the 9th century on, people no longer felt that Michael inspired their thoughts. They had escaped his domination. They fell from the spiritual world into individual human minds. Interesting. I'm sure he has a lecture where he goes into some examples of it and goes into people writing about it. Even if it's not Michael specifically, I think it's probably true that he was an Angeloi involved in that. Even if people aren't naming it specifically, they definitely think that when you go back to this time, or experience it that way, even if it's not Michael, they had escaped his dominion. They fell from the spirit. They fell from the spiritual world into individual human minds, and that's true though. Even if you take the Michael part out of the equation, it was something that was considered to be inspirations from angels, right? You're praying to the Lord, you're praying to your angel for inspiration, help. They had, the tradition's true, they're correct about that, right? They had escaped. Anyway, from then on, thoughts would evolve within humanity. Within. Evolve or descend. It's actually a devolution without Christ, right? It becomes production. It becomes more materialized, more provoking, until you end up at AI, right? The ultimate decadence where something else does the thinking for you. Isn't that so true? The decadence, it's a devolution until you actually are going to be provoked to not think anymore and not develop towards theosis. Theosis is the true development. It's the true development. What we're supposed to be doing. True providence is theosis. More and more people towards theosis. While this devolution to AI and the Antichrist happens, there's supposed to be a proper development and more people towards theosis in Christ. That's the true development. Back to the Father. Freely chosen to return. That's why he gives us like the prodigal son story says, the first spending, which is equivalent, you could say, to the first wine. First wine. Okay. Uncertainty. Inhabited. Ah, interesting. Okay, let's just, yep. So at first people were uncertain as to what they now possessed. This is individual thinking that we bring about the thoughts, right? Uncertainty inhabited the scholastic teaching. The scholastics were divided between realists and nominalists. The realists led by St. Thomas of Aquinas, and those close to him felt the old connection between thought and thing. What's that old connection? It's like archetype, right? It's hang on, there's more to this. There's some sort of guiding. It's not just evolution. There's something leading something towards its ideal, right? Garden of Eden still persists, right? If you want to consider it archetypally, it's Like Paul says with Christ, the new Adam is someone we can have a relationship with and can lead us out of the old Adam. He's waiting at the end of time. He's already perfected, already resurrected, the event's done. He's transformed fundamentally the cosmos. Perfect man and God. But we have access to him, to move towards him as the ideal, to become towards him. He will live in us, in our hearts. He grants us the help and the forces. We just have to do a little bit on our side, a little bit more. Striving constantly to do slightly better than our best. Lord, that's all he wants from you. Because what is that? I can do a little bit better than my current best, right? That's becoming towards him, little by little. More than what was your best today. I did my best. It's a thing, customary thing that we say in the Anglosphere. It's actually a cope. I did my best. Well, hang on. Can we do better? With Christ we can. We do. And so Aquinas, St. Thomas felt the old connection between thought and thing. They therefore saw reality in the thoughts that lived in things. They viewed human thoughts as reality which flowed from things into the mind. The nominalists strongly felt that the mind forms the thoughts. They considered thoughts to be only subjective, or names, which live in the mind and which have nothing to do with things. They opined, their opinion was that thoughts were only names invented by men for the things. They didn't speak about thoughts, but universals. But that is irrelevant in principle, for thoughts always have something. The scholastics in general didn't speak about thoughts. He's saying that's irrelevant in principle, for thoughts always have something universal compared to the individual thing. And the nominalists believe that, of course, those nominalists, crush them, only believe that there are only individual things. One can say that categories are names for things. One can say that the realists wanted to be true to Michael, even though thoughts had fallen from his realm into that of man. From cosmic, from objective, with and in world, almost emptying into the cup of each individual's cup, you could say. As thinkers that wanted to serve Michael as the prince of cosmic intelligence, were the realists. The nominalists, in their unconscious minds, through this naming, through saying it's just individuals, fulfilled the separation from Michael. As a separation from the spiritual being of Michael. They considered man rather than Michael to be, or the angel to be, the owner of thoughts, right? You see what's happening? It's being modernized. Oh, it's just from my biology. I mean, because of how we do things, most of the time, it's actually not ultimately. But what we do, there is a degree to which it becomes a container, even though a lot of it is also temptations from outside. It's not just this subjective container. They have access to you. The others among us, other humans, don't have access to your thinking. although there are sendings from your physiology, physiognomy, but that doesn't mean spiritual beings don't. But still, there is a containerizing there's a degree to which the changing of how consciousness is, how we are, as it's over time has changed, it does actually probably create a kind of container, an idolization. There is a happening that cuts us off from things. It's not just, but at the same time, the things we think are subjective, a lot of the time also aren't. The temptations aren't just internal, right? Because it does reach out beyond us, especially for evil things, right? Because the evil doesn't really care about although they do have to follow certain rules, they don't care about your moral development. The Lord cares about your freedom though, right? That's why the father in the prodigal son story waits for his son to turn back on his own, acknowledging him. Anyway, okay. Separation. Nominalism gained in diffusion and influence. This situation prevailed up until the last third of the 19th century. So he's saying, wow, that whole 1,000 years, this nominalism, that it's just a category in our mind, there's no thought, there's no divine thought, there's no archetype, no universal that transcends. And that's true. Even if you postulate something, you don't see it. I think they could sense it. That's what he's suggesting. I think that's probably true, is that they could at least sense it or remember it when it was a perceived phenomena with the things, at least the thinking about the things. Hello, golden retriever. At that time, those people who understood the events in the universe felt that Michael had accompanied the stream of intellectual life. He sought a new metamorphosis of his cosmic task. Interesting. Previously, he let the thoughts from the spiritual world flow into human souls. From the last third of the 19th century on, he wants to... Hang on, let's not rush there. Previously, he let the thoughts from the spiritual world flow into human souls. Okay, like think about that, like Joan of Arc. Let it flow. Previously, let it flow in, and then recognized by people, it's not me, it's not subjective, it's coming from somewhere. From the last third of the 19th century on, he wants to live in human souls in which thoughts are formed. Previously, the people related to Michael saw him unfold his activities in the spirit world. Now they realized that they should allow Michael to reside in their hearts. They dedicated their thought-filled spiritual life to him. Now in free individual thinking, they let themselves be instructed by Michael as to the soul's right path. Interesting. Yeah, okay. And so earlier on, it's not something that's... this speaks to this idea that there's more freedom now than before. And we actually have to just think about that in terms of Christ, right? It's that we want him to live in us. Before there was more angelic action with folk groups, right? There was more folk group stuff going on. Direction from, and there's just less now, or almost none. You have to actually go to the depths. You have to venerate and pray to the Lord, to be properly guided by him, because things have changed. There's a more inwardness now, right? And equally, you have to go out and meet. Looks like it's raining again. Yeah. Okay, let's leave it there. That was good. Interesting. Okay. What time is it? Yeah, let's walk for a while, friends. We have been going for 5 hours now, but we can walk back to cover and bring it to a close. What a day. It's been good though. I enjoyed today. Okay. We need to fuck out of here. Ah man, you're going under the shirt again, I'm afraid. I'm gonna run back to that bathroom. Here we are. Let's put that on the old screen. I don't have to look at myself. Yeah. Oh, still on there. All right. Well, it's been a nice day. Hail Mary, full of grace, says it's time for sleep. I'm glad Lord bless you and keep you, and the Lord make his face shine on you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face towards you and give you peace. And that's a great prayer for everyone. I pray every day for those that watch and those in the fellowship too, for the Lord to guide, help. And I pray now that he guide, help you to his rest your heart in him. Find your peace, for him to resurrect your inner life out of the technical modern. I pray also for the truth, for the guiding of the spiritual discernment, for the truth, for him to send his angeloi and himself to protect you from spiritual deception, because that's so important to what we do and talk about. We want the truth of spiritual experience. We've had enough of this summer of love stuff, but at the same time we need to, through careful, where it's bringing the monastery into normal, in everyday life, we can bring the practices of the monastery into everyday life. In this hour, that's what we have to do. With AI growing, it's time, friends, it's time. He's calling us to his depths, away from the provokings of the world. And anyway, I pray for him to bless you and help you, and impel you and help you habituate the practices that we talk about. To stick with them and make them a part of you, just regular prayer rule, regular life, without expectations, seeking the truth that is him. I hope that it resurrects. I hope the rain comes. All right, everyone. God bless you. I'll see you next week for another IRL stream. I think that's it for... if anyone wanted to say anything, I'm about to jump off. Otherwise, go to my lectures on the practices of Christian mysticism. I will be doing another lecture in future on the prayer of the heart, which is a possibility that opens up through the Jesus prayer and the stuff we talk about. More advanced to intermediate. Again, it's just patience, take our time, careful yet courageous, slow development, discerning, epistemic principle, truth criterion. I've got a lecture on that too that you can look at. There's 3 practice lectures. Anyway, feel free to join the fellowship. Also, feel free to DM me anytime. Happy to help and talk with you about this stuff. Likewise, join the fellowship. There's other people that are making progress. And what's wonderful about that is friendships developing out of it, spiritual fellowship. Wonderful to see, to become friends with people who are around the world as well. But also still it's intimate at the moment, which is nice. It's good. Anyway, God bless you everyone. Thank you for watching as the sun bears itself, but it's still raining. But it's been 5 hours, so, right. Maybe we'll quickly walk out so we don't have to end it under a sun bathroom, right? There's a bit of sun to see. Although we could keep walking for a while, it's probably a good time to end it. That's not bad, eh? Look at that. And look at how great, I'm glad we came out. A beautiful rainbow as we walk down to the... That's what it should have looked like all day. Everyone, look at it. Out in its glory. And a beautiful rainbow. That's what we like to see. And a sun shower. May the clouds clear for you. May serene peace find you. Become a peacemaker. All right, everyone. It's time to end it on that. I'm going to pan it off me and pan it over to the rainbow. Start the practices. Start the prayers. Start the prayer rule. God bless you, everyone.